found. And that might be for various reasons. Most of the parents, which were already fleeing because of fear from their own country and were seeking refuge, were basically, we gave them our back and we were unable to help them. And so they were turned away by this administration and furthermore separated from their children. The inhumane effects of this policy has further created trauma in these families. The actions of this administration are clear human rights violations and violations of international law. And we know that it will have prolonged lasting effects on the children and their families. There is a lack of transparency within ICE, and ICE is a rogue agency that lacks accountability, more specifically in these private ran facilities that lack the proper services for both children and adults. So we must ask Congress to to act and hold ICE accountable and to pass legislation that will reunify families, but most importantly, to stop separating families. As a daughter of Central American parents that fled countries that were both stricken by war, I know that immigrants come to this country to enrich our country, to enrich our city, to make meaningful contributions. The city of Los Angeles is home to one of the largest populations of Central Americans outside of their country. And so we know that our city welcomes refugees and that immigrants are approximately 1/5 of the economic force, including the essential workers that are in the front lines right now. And so, as a form part of the fabric of our city, we must protect immigrant families. We must protect them from these cruel and inhumane policies. So I join my voice, my organization joins our voice to have Congress act now and reunite families.
Jocelyn, thank you so much. And if you ever want to go on one of these humanitarian trips with Jocelyn, she can navigate through the streets of Tijuana like no one I've ever seen, driving her big van, and she gets the job done. So Jocelyn, thanks for putting your heart and your spirit and your soul into this work. We are better off because of it. Lastly, we have Peter Shea, who is an immigrant rights attorney, an advocate, and someone who has really done foundational work in this community, and we're all proud to know and call a friend, Peter Shea. And you're on mute, sir.
Okay.
There we go.
I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Firstly, I want to thank Mitch O'Farrell and his staff member, David Giron, who've been instrumental in moving this particular resolution forward and who played a long-time role in addressing the unique needs of and challenges of unaccompanied immigrant children seeking safety here in the United States. As a result of Mitch's visit to Tijuana, we've actually identified some children who have been able to obtain temporary housing and social services at Casa Libre, a homeless youth shelter in Los Angeles. So a great deal of thanks to Mitch and David in his office. Of course, a lot of thanks to Gil Cedillo, Herb Wesson, Kevin, Monica, all of whom have dedicated themselves to human rights, civil rights of large portions of vulnerable communities, including the immigrant community. During the most recent debate in Nashville on October the 22nd, President Trump was asked about his administration's fiasco when thousands of young immigrant children were forcibly separated from their parents upon apprehension near the border. When asked about his zero tolerance policy during this debate, President Trump said, quote, "Children are brought here like coyotes, lots of bad people, cartels. They're brought here and it's easy to use them to get into this country." That statement was entirely false. Through the Flores case, which is pending here in federal court in Los Angeles, we represent thousands of children detained with accompanying adults. And in well over 95% of those cases, children were accompanied by parents or close relatives, not by coyotes or members of cartels. During the zero tolerance program, almost every single accompanying adult forcibly separated from a child was the child's parents. These parents were most often trying to save their children from the most dangerous and lawless countries in the world: El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras. These mothers and fathers were trying to save their children from rampant violence and abject poverty. They were not coyotes and, quote, lots of bad people, as Trump falsely claims. In fact, they're fleeing violent cartels and gangs and corrupt law enforcement agencies, in no small part created by years of U.S. support for or tolerance of authoritarian dictators and widespread corruption and endemic poverty in the region. To tarnish Mexican migrants as drug dealers, criminals, rapists, and Central Americans fleeing violent countries with their children as coyotes and lots of bad people is racist, it's xenophobic, and it's shameful. Mm-hmm. But that's not all the president said. It got worse. He claimed the detained children are, quote, so well taken care of by his administration. They're in facilities that were so clean. Well, again, through the Flores case, in which we have a settlement that sets the national standards for the detention and release of children. And we're constantly in federal court to enforce that settlement against the Trump administration, constantly in court. Hundreds of detained minors we've interviewed have provided sworn declarations describing being locked up in overcrowded and unsanitary cages or prison-like camps, provided insufficient food and drinking water, not getting medical attention when sick, being exposed to a range of communicable diseases. Children have died on their cell floors after being left alone for hours as their illnesses worsened. The federal courts, in our case, the Flores case, and outraged public opinion, have really been the only bulwarks against President Trump's willingness to separate children from their parents and detain migrant children for long periods of time in unsafe conditions, even though they're not a danger to themselves or others or a flight risk.
And Mr. Shea, we're about to lose the studio time because it's almost 10. And so we're probably going to have to end it there with your incredible remarks, really underscoring the deplorable and inhumane conditions that these children who were separated from their parents existed in recent years and are still, with the disinformation from Trump, that they're being well taken care of. Couldn't be further from the truth. He is everything that he claims other people are in his casting aspersions against others. It's just, classic. It's Freudian, practically, I would say. And so I want to thank everyone today. Please follow closely what we do on council. We will put this resolution forward today. We couldn't do it without all of you. And so be looking for that in council today as we put this motion forward. And we send the signal out from the West Coast, and we amplify the tragedy. And let's hope that has an effect on Congress, the Senate, even if they are on vacation. And yes, vote. If you haven't already, vote now, and certainly vote by Election Day, because we have a chance to make sure that what's happening now in this country is not who we are as a nation. We have a chance to reclaim that mantle of decency on November 3rd. And with that, we close, and I want to thank all of you for participating today. Mr. Shea, Ms. Duarte, of course, my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm LA Mayor Eric Garcetti. Los Angeles is a city for global business, a city of dreamers and doers, a place where new ideas take root, stories take shape, and humanity takes flight. In our city, identities intersect, cultures collide, and people from across the world come to glimpse the future. Our tech startups make life better today, as our universities train the leaders of tomorrow. On our sets and our sound stages, we tell the world's stories. In our labs, we push the boundaries of human knowledge. We're a global city at a crossroads, the western capital of the United States, the northern capital of Latin America, and the eastern capital of the Pacific Rim. Our ports and airports seamlessly connect LA businesses to every market around the world. We're a city of opportunity, where you're not defined by your last chapter, but by what you put on a blank white page. That's the spirit of Los Angeles, where every language is spoken, every idea is welcome, and everyone belongs. Welcome to Los Angeles. Welcome to the future. Welcome home.
You're arriving at Los Angeles International Airport in beautiful Southern California. One of the first things you will see as you are landing is the ever-iconic LAX theme building. The LAX theme building is a modern icon and recognized worldwide as the space-age landmark of one of the world's youngest and most influential cities. Designed by architectural firm Piera and Luckner, the building was completed in 1961 and features an observation deck in the Bob Hope USO. The spider-like appearance of the building is a playful and futuristic design illusion, created by topping 4 steel reinforced concrete legs with stucco. The building received cultural historic status from the city of Los Angeles for its distinguishing characteristics, which are valuable to the study of that period's style and method of construction. It is also an example of mid-century modern Googie architecture. The LAX theme building serves as the symbolic gateway to Los Angeles, and the futuristic design is intended to convey new
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield present.
Bonin,
Bonin present.
Buscaino,
Present.
Cedillo,
Cedillo here.
De Leon,
Present.
Harris Dawson, Koretz,
Present.
Krikorian,
Here.
Lee,
Present.
Martinez,
Present.
Yeah, I'll do it.
O'Farrell,
Present.
Price,
Here.
Rodriguez, Rue,
Present.
Wesson.
Here.
Going back to Councilmember Harris Dawson.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez. Okay. 14 members and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Just want to give a shout out to our Los Angeles Dodgers for winning the World Series yesterday. Mr. Buscaino, did you want to say a few words?
Well, I'll never forget in 1988, as an 8th grader, I was at the steps of City Hall when my cousin Peter took me to the celebration. And it was then that Tommy Lasorda raised the championship trophy and said how sweet it is to taste the fruits of victory. 32 years later, a deep congratulations to the entire Dodger organization, its players, its fans. Texas turned blue last night, and it didn't take an election. So what an incredible year. In light of the pandemic, civil unrest, the death of Kobe Bryant, and within these last 17 days, the championship of the Los Angeles Lakers, and now this, the first time in since 1988, where the Dodgers and the Lakers won the championship. So it was a lot of resiliency from the team and from our residents. So heartfelt congratulations to Stan, Mark, Magic, and the players, and most importantly, our fans who have deserved this and waited for 32 years. Go Dodgers. Unbelievable. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buscaino. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and run through the agenda. I'm sorry, first order of business.
Approval the minutes of October 27, 2020.
Mr. Buscaino moves and Mr. Lee seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Marquis Harris Dawson moves and Mr. O'Farrell seconds. Next.
Madam President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that will be the order.
Item number 1 is
Madam Clerk, hold on for just a second. Ms. Rodriguez is having a difficult time entering our meeting. So are you here? Okay, she's in. Can we just make note of that she's present?
Yes, Madam President. 15 members and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on.
Would council like to run through the agenda right now?
Yes, go ahead.
Item number 1 is an item notice for public hearing. Items 2 through 38 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for items 31, 32, 34 through 37 have been submitted and are available for council's consideration. There is a request to hold item 32 and 33 on the desk, and no action should be taken on 38 inasmuch as council will consider this matter at the special meeting. Items 39 and 40 are items for which public hearings have not been held. Item 45 on the continuation agenda is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objections, those items are now before us. Members, are there any specials? Mr. Bonin?
Yes, Madam President. For item 45, which is the allocation of Venice surplus property funds for homeless services in Venice, I'd like to add an additional instruction, which is that I further move that $90,000 in the Venice Area Surplus Real Property Fund, number 434, be transferred to HSID, Department 43, Fund 10A, Revenue Source 5693, to establish a new account for St. Joseph Center for LASA to reimburse St. Joseph Center for services at Project Room Key Motels for people experiencing homelessness in Venice, and further instruct HSID to amend the General Fund Contract C136465 with LASA to effectuate that, and request that LASA execute a sole source contract with St. Joseph Center to further effectuate that. And I'll have the exact language sent over to the clerk.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Koretz. Any others, Mr. Bonin?
Are amendments on 42 in order now, or is that a separate meeting?
That's a separate meeting, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
I wanted to hold item 11 for comments, please.
Okay, any others?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Item 10 for remarks, please.
Any others?
That's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, what items can we vote on now?
Madam President, Council can vote on items 2 through 9, 12 through 31, 34 through 37.
Okay, members, we're going to get ready to vote on items 2 through 9, 12 through 31, and 34 through 37. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, members, thank you. Before we go on to public comment, we're going to take up item 33. And listen.
Madam President, 32 is now available. Would Council like to go on 32 before 33, the presentation?
Let's go ahead and take up the vote for item 32.
Thank you. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
You're fine.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Aye.
15 ayes. This item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item 33, members. This item, we're going to invite Dr. Ferrer from the County Public Health Department and Superintendent Austin Buettner from LAUSD to discuss reopening of schools and answer any questions you might have. So we've allotted them 45 minutes to go ahead and give their presentation. That also includes questions from our members. So if you can please go on to item 33 and invite our guests into our meeting. Mr. Koretz, do you have a question?
No, I'll have questions after the presentation.
All right, thank you. So just confirming, Dr. Ferrer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Mr. Buettner, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I can hear you.
Thank you. Before we get started, I want to give Mr. Blumenfield the opportunity, since it's his motion, to go ahead and say a few words if
Thank you. I'll be brief. So we can get straight to the presentation. First off, I really want to thank both of you very much for agreeing to this. You're providing a service to audiences, throughout LA today. Many of my constituents have turned to me in my office for clarity in this, what many people see as a hazy situation. They're scared and have a feeling of uncertainty as to what the future holds on many different fronts, but particularly with the intersection of county public health and LAUSD. It's why I introduced the motion to ask Dr. Ferrer to come here to present and give us a frank trajectory that those watching at home can understand and plan for. But I was told by the county that I should also invite Superintendent Buettner to shed light on the LAUSD trajectory, and that makes sense. And I know one agency can't act without the other, so to speak, and I think that that's where some of the confusion sometimes lies. And so I hope that you all be able to clear up some of that in your presentation and remarks. I believe we're going to allow you to both speak, as the Council President said, for a total of 15 minutes and then go into questions. I've gotten a lot of questions from constituents and community members. I'm not going to be able to ask all those questions. That being said, again, I want to thank you and I want to emphasize how this is an important moment. I'm not sure we've ever had both agencies heads present to council before at the same time. And I know there are a lot of parents and general community members tuned in. So with that, welcome, and we can jump straight into the discussion. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Dr. Ferrer, welcome to our City Council meeting. I hope you're staying safe. I hope you can share with us some insights, some good news, hopefully in the horizon, and just know that I appreciate very much your leadership, especially as a woman leading in time of COVID. I know you've been under a tremendous amount of stress, both personally and in terms of staying safe. And so I just want to make sure you know that I appreciate you very much. So why don't you go ahead and get started. Dr. Ferrer, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Sorry.
Yes, it's okay.
Yes, thank you so much for having me today. And I do want to start by thanking our wonderful Council President Martinez and also Councilman Blumenfield and the rest of the Los Angeles City Council for inviting me here today to speak with you about our response to COVID-19. I also want to thank and recognize Superintendent Buettner for his superb leadership at the LA Unified School District and his deep commitment to the safety of children, educators, and staff throughout the entire pandemic. I can't think of a more challenging job than heading up one of the largest districts in the entire country during these most difficult times. Today, I thought I would, very quickly again provide a few updates. One is I do appreciate your question, Councilman Blumenfield, about what is our trajectory, where are we going? So I want to present a little bit of information about key indicators that do mark our progress slowing the spread of COVID-19. I also want to talk in general about the status of school reopenings at both schools that are providing in-person services for students with high needs, and also at schools that are applying for or have already had a waiver accepted for opening for in-classroom instruction for students in grades TK through 2. And then I just want to highlight a couple of changes that have been made in the health officer order. And as many people know, these are the orders that really set the directives under which all of us in the county have the opportunity to work together to slow the spread. To start, there is a set of metrics that we review weekly to better understand community transmission and the impact of recent actions. We look at changes over time with our cases, new cases of COVID-19, with hospitalizations of people who are positive for COVID-19. And unfortunately, we look at deaths, those people who have died because of COVID-19. And we also look at changes in our test positivity percent. This is the number of people that have tested positive for COVID-19. As you know, over 3 million people have been tested here in LA County alone for COVID-19. This information, along with the county's assignment to one of the 4 tiers by the state, guide decision-making about how we proceed in our recovery journey. The first is what we talk about, an average daily number of COVID-19 cases. And we talk a lot about what we get each day, but I actually look at this information by what we call episode date. We normally report the number of new cases we receive each day because there are differences in test processing times and reporting lags. The new cases we announce are likely to have been collected over several days. And they sometimes, as you all know, they include backlogs of test results. Episode date, on the other hand, is the date a person took a COVID-19 test or first experienced COVID-19 symptoms. And it's a more precise way of understanding how cases are trending over a long period of time. When we look at the 7-day average of cases by the episode date, we get a good idea about what that distribution is looking like across the county. Many of you know we had a significant spike in July that was followed by a steady decline in our new cases. Now we're beginning to see another more gradual increase. This gradual increase does coincide with the reopening of several sectors, as well as increased gatherings associated with watching sport competitions, and congratulations, of course, to the Dodgers and the Lakers. And it includes the celebrations that people have had around the victories of the Lakers and the Dodgers. At many of these gatherings, people were together without distancing or wearing face coverings. Oftentimes they're inside, and unfortunately, at times, these very same dedicated fans are transmitting COVID-19 to other people. This increase is cause for concern. Since the beginning of October, our cases have gone from an average of about 940 new cases a day to last week where we were averaging almost 1,200 new cases a day. And this week, as you saw yesterday, our cases are once again increasing. We also look at our percent test positivity. This is, as I noted, the percentage of tests that are done that come back positive. The test positivity rate is influenced by how much community transmission is happening and the availability of widespread testing. And again, I want to thank the City of LA, all of our council members, the mayor, Dr. Galley, and her team at the Department of Health Services for greatly expanding access to testing over the last few months. On average here in LA County, we do somewhere between 35,000 and 40,000 tests every single day. Since mid-September, LA County's positivity rate has been fairly stable at a little over 3%. But we are now also starting to see a slight increase, and our current average daily positivity rate is hovering now at about 3.4 or 3.5%. And that's going to be compared to where we were a month ago, which is at 3.1%. We also track the daily number of people with COVID-19 that are hospitalized. This helps us understand the impact of the virus on the healthcare system, and also helps us understand the number of people who have become seriously ill from COVID-19. For COVID-19 related hospitalizations, there was, since the end of July, first a steady decline and now stabilizing in the number of hospital COVID-19 patients. We have been below 1,000 daily hospitalized patients for most of September through October, and LA County continues to average under 800 hospitalized patients per day, and this remains good news for us. This continued stability in hospitalization numbers, while our numbers of daily cases are increasing, is likely due to a combination of 3 factors. First, younger people are primarily driving the increasing numbers of new cases in our county. And this is an age group that may be less likely to become seriously ill and require hospitalization from COVID-19. Second, for those who do require hospitalization, the ability of healthcare providers to offer better therapeutic treatments is often leading to much shorter lengths of stay. And third, and this is the unfortunate piece of the news, is that there's often a lag time between when we start to see our increases in cases and then we see subsequent increases in hospitalizations. So we'll need to be tracking the number of hospitalizations very carefully in the weeks ahead to make sure that we're not going to experience a surge in the number of patients that need hospitalization. Thankfully, we do continue to see a decrease in deaths from COVID-19. And this is also because of the overall decrease in people becoming seriously ill from the virus. Since the late July peak, where the average number of deaths each day was 44 people dying, there's been a steady decrease with last week's daily average at about 13 deaths per day. The continued decrease in deaths is promising, and I want to thank everyone, all of our healthcare providers who are working so hard to save lives. But we do know that an increase in cases can, at a few weeks later, result in increasing hospitalizations. And increasing hospitalizations, unfortunately, can then result in increasing numbers of people dying. This is why it's super important that we remain vigilant in using all of the tools we have right now to slow the spread of the virus. Every life that's lost is a tragedy for our community, and that person is deeply missed and mourned by their family and their friends. These indicators will remain critical as we move through our recovery journey, which is also influenced by the state's blueprint for a safer economy that provides a tiered framework for placing counties in one of 4 tiers, depending on 3 metrics that measure the level of community transmission. LA County currently remains in tier 1, this is called the purple tier, with widespread community disease transmission. Our adjusted case rate remains high, and this is one of the measures that the state is using, at 8 new cases per 100,000 people. That's over 800 cases per day. And that's an adjusted case rate that takes into account the fact that we do a lot of testing here, adjust our daily count to not penalize us for all of the testing that happens. Our positivity rate still remains in tier 3 at 3.7%, but this also is a small increase from last week. And our positivity rate in LA County's lowest resource areas also increased very slightly from last week from 5.9% to 6.2%. And that places us in tier 2 for this metric. And as a reminder, the state places you in the most restrictive tier when all of your metrics are not just in one tier. And so it's been difficult because we have not actually made progress in reducing our case rate over the past month. And while that is discouraging for all of us, I do want to re-emphasize that we do have the tools at hand to drive down transmission rates across all of our communities. Not only do we want to eventually progress into less restrictive tiers, but we also want to be able to continue to keep businesses and institutions open, and most importantly, bring more students back to their schools. I'm happy to report that all schools across the county are able to open their campuses for the following services. They can open for childcare with appropriate state license or state waiver. They can be open for teachers and staff that are conducting distance learning and performing essential operations. They can be open for youth sports that happen outside, and this includes conditioning and skill building, no contact. And they can open for support and services for individual and or cohorted groups of high needs students. On Monday, we increased the percent of high needs students who can return to a school for on-site learning and support from 10% to 25% of the total student body. In addition, schools can apply for a waiver to reopen for on-site learning for students in grades TK through grades 2. The application requirements include adherence to the DPH directives that consist of completed protocols, checklists, outbreak management plans, and an identified compliance team. While letters of support are strongly recommended from stakeholder groups, schools do have the option to demonstrate through written attestation signed by the superintendent or head administrator that they've consulted with stakeholders before submitting their application. Schools need to, as part of their application, describe this consultation process with staff, parents, and community-based organizations providing services for students and their families. 30 schools can be approved for waivers each week, and those schools with high percentages of students eligible for free and reduced meals are prioritized. All schools that are open for any of the 4 services that I outlined above have to adhere to the DPH reopening directives, requiring infection control, distancing, masking, and cohorting. These are not recommendations. I want to emphasize these are requirements that have to happen at every school that's reopened or planning to reopen. Our staff also visit every single school that's reopened or is planning to reopen. And this helps ensure fidelity with the reopening directives, but we're also there to be helpful and provide technical assistance. As of October 23rd, 1,017 schools have reopened for on-site learning for high-need students. 14% of the schools are private schools, 18% are charter schools, and 68% are public schools. There are 217 LAUSD schools that have reopened for on-site learning for high-need students. Almost 35,000 students and over 20,000 staff have returned to provide on-site services and support or receive on-site services and support. In addition, 153 school waiver applications to reopen on-site learning for grades TK through 2 have been received by public health. 102 applications were received from private schools, 5 applications were received from charter schools, and 46 applications were received from public schools. Waiver approvals have now been issued to 29 schools. And as a reminder, once an application is completed, it takes us somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks to get final approvals through our system and then through the state. And finally, I just want to summarize quickly the changes that we made on Friday to the health officer orders. All personal care establishments, not just nail and hair salons. This includes massage therapists, tanning salons, electrologists, waxing and body art studios, can now open indoors with significant modifications. Batting cages, mini golf, and go-kart racing can now open outdoors only, again with modifications. At breweries and wineries, reservations are no longer required, but strongly recommended. So that we can prevent crowding. As with all modifications to health officer orders, businesses must comply with all of the required public health protocols in order to keep residents, customers, and staff as safe as possible. We're clear that we need to be on a recovery journey and we need to allow our economy to thrive, but we cannot do it at the expense of keeping our students from being in schools and keeping people from being as healthy as possible during a pandemic. So we're all in this together, and that's the way we move forward. And to close, I want to thank all of you for your leadership, your partnership, and your support through these most challenging times. At Public Health, we're all committed to working with every one of our partners at the city, and that includes all of you on the City Council, Mayor Garcetti, staff in the Mayor's office, and our very important partner at LAUSD to slowing the spread and protecting as many of our residents as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrer. Superintendent Buettner, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Let me begin again by thanking Dr. Ferrer and her colleagues at County Health who are our partners. I need a lot more fingers and toes than I have to count the late night calls, the early morning calls, the weekend calls. She's laughing, but it's true. And what we are trying to do together is to make sure that we protect the health and safety of all in the school community, at the same time respond to the learning needs of students and continue to provide a safety net for families. I'm going to take you quickly through a presentation and ask my colleague to pull it up. I'll get through it as quick as I can and then come to the heart of the matter. So Colleen, could you please pull up the slide? Thank you. I'll start with this. This is obviously from a pre-COVID time. It reminds me every day why I do this work, why we do the work to help children. But it is a stark reminder of the need for this young man who's teaching me about hopscotch and I'm teaching him about numbers to be in school, because that's where the best learning for this young man would occur. Next, please. A simple reminder, most of you know, we serve not just the city of Los Angeles, but 25 other cities across 710 square miles. We have more than 75,000 staff, almost 700,000 students, and we serve mostly families who live with great needs. Just as a point of reference, we've surveyed, and more than 3/4 of the families we serve have had someone in the household lose work due to COVID. So this crisis is very real. And having great impact in the communities we serve. This chart is also a reminder that we have to look ahead. There's an old adage or commentary about why toddlers bump into things. It's because when they walk, they look at their feet. We can't do that. We have to look ahead and plan ahead to return 700,000 students to school, not 5, 10, or 5,000, if you will. Next, please. Along the way, we have tried to do 3 things throughout. The first is to help our students continue to learn, continue to provide a safety net for families, and take care of our employees who do the first 2. Just a little bit of what we've been doing. First, a safety net. I think you're all aware, we are running the largest food relief effort in the nation. In addition to food, we've provided everything from books and noise-canceling headphones to baby supplies. We've created a partnership to bring in businesses, individuals, and philanthropy to help support these efforts. We have connected all students. Important to note, in addition to devices, computers, which we did not have at the outset, internet access is a challenge. Many people think of the digital divide as the space between South Dakota and North Dakota. It actually exists in our communities because people can't afford access to broadband. Going into this, we estimated about 1/4 of our students couldn't afford broadband, or their family couldn't, and therefore they had no access at home. Absent a computer and internet access, they have no access to the classroom. We are providing it for each and every one of our students. Every student is able to connect. In addition to the high-tech approach, we took a low-tech approach. When this crisis started, we reached out to PBS. We created a series of student-centered learning shows. More than 200,000 people are watching them in the Los Angeles area each week. Those shows have been adopted by school districts and states, 30 other states across the nation. Along the way, we've had to train our workforce. Online education before was the province of the privileged few for the most part, with a tremendous selection bias. It was not something prevalent in public education. We've provided 3 rounds of training for our educators in the spring, in the summer, and again before school started this fall. 35,000 educators. I'm particularly proud to say we did that without missing a day of instruction for students. We felt that in a crisis like this, the last thing we'd want to do is lose contact with any of our students. In addition, we have done a series of new things to make sure that students have an opportunity to continue to learn in different ways. For instance, this past summer, we offered summer school for all students. It's the first time in the history of Los Angeles Unified that all students were offered the opportunity to participate in summer school. I'll give you a little flavor of that next, please. We have an opportunity which comes with crisis. We believe when students are in a classroom, they're engaged in learning. That's not always the case. We tried to flip it on its head and meet students where they are and partner with a group of different community organizations to provide both enriching classes while students continue to learn the core subjects. So everything from James Cameron, taking high school students on a voyage of the Titanic, absolutely captivating, to what has now become the nation's largest guitar class. We started with 1,000 students this past summer with Fender, 2,000 more this fall, another 2,000 this spring, all of whom are provided with free guitars, free access to Fender Play app, participating in teacher-led instruction. So 5,000 students participating in a guitar class. So try to meet students where they are. Next, please. Part of meeting students where they are is recognizing that hearing from me, for instance, about a book to read might not be that appealing to our high schoolers. So we in Snapchat created something called the A-List Book Club with Alicia Keys, Russell Westbrook, and others, where the individuals talk directly to students where they are, talk about why they might be reading a particular book. Our students are able to download that book real time, receive for free, and it's working. We saw when Alicia Keys talked about the book she was reading, within a span of about 12 hours, more than 500 students had downloaded the book and were reading along with Alicia. Next, please. We continue to expand on this. This spring we'll be offering more opportunities, again, to engage students, and that's critically important. When students are at home, not only are they missing the structure of the classroom, they may not have a quiet place to learn. There might be other disruptions, there might be other struggles. The more interesting and engaging it can be, the more likely we are to keep them engaged. I'm particularly proud on this page, what we're doing with Illumination is creating a new class that meets not only Los Angeles Unified graduation requirements, but UC California college entrance requirements. So classes to the highest quality standard, which can be created and will stand the test of time. Next, please. I mentioned we connected everybody. There are sometimes misinformation in the communities we serve. We serve high needs families, I've already spoken, many of whom don't have access to technology. So when school started on the 20th this fall, again, we found some students who weren't connected. Extraordinary work happening in each of our schools to connect each student. I would not hesitate to say, I think for any large urban school district across the nation, we're the only school district that's at 99% across the board having connected every student. Next, please. In addition to COVID-related work, we continue to move in the direction of giving students, their families, and the communities we serve more voice. We have dramatically decentralized how we do things over the last year and a half in Los Angeles Unified. More than 97% of the dollars we have are spent at schools. And this is an approach to put school leaders, administrative leaders in each of the communities we serve responsible for their schools. Along the way, USC has been looking at the work. They've confirmed we're moving in the right direction. And you may see in the communities that each of you represent a closer connection to that community with the schools in that community. And that's the whole purpose of this is we don't believe the answer comes from the top. A one-size-fits-all solution for 700,000 students across 700 square miles is not possible. We need to flip it, put the students, the community back in the center, and this work does that. Next, please. The other important initiative is to double down on the beginning, make sure there's a strong foundation in literacy, math, and critical thinking skills in elementary. Because if that's not right, the rest of the journey, more often than not, is not right. We know the COVID gap, for lack of a better term, we're talking about is absolutely something we're going to have to lean into, not just instructionally, but for mental health and other supports students are going to need. And those students who are struggling the most with online learning are those who are early learners, those who might be learning English, those with differences or disabilities, those who might have been struggling before. So we have put additional resources to make sure that we have more direct instruction happening today in all of our elementary classes and are preparing for an eventual return to schools with even more. Next, please. Let me switch a little bit to the COVID side of life. So in partnership with the county and others, we're creating, we believe, to be the highest possible standard for return to schools in the safest way possible. Dr. Ferrer spoke of the health practices, and I would emphasize her point. The solution to lower COVID in the community is in the community. if we all listen carefully to what she and her colleagues have to say about health practices, we're putting them to work in schools, not just safe social distance, masks, moving desks apart, but we are ionized cleaning services. Looks like something out of Ghostbusters. The person in the suit actually, they look like that. They come in and clean a room. We have changed the air filtration systems in 80 million square feet of buildings to a MERV 13 standard. For those who don't know the MERVs, that means the filter membrane is the equivalent of an N95 mask. In addition, we have put together a consortium to begin to provide testing and community engagement follow-up for the results of the tests in schools. If the Dodgers are tested to go back to work, we believe teachers and students should be too. It's the best way we can control and mitigate risk in a school environment. And lest anyone be confused, this is not a mass random testing effort. This is very focused on schools. It just so happens we have 1,400 schools, so it needs to be done in scale. Next, please. As part to support this, Microsoft, one of our partners, is building for us, will shortly unveil an app. This will allow us to make sure everyone in the school community is taking the daily health check for symptoms, the same prescription that the county has asked us to make sure anyone in a facility has gone through. In addition, the testing notification and protocols all come through the app. You'll see at the far end of the slide, if there is a positive test, we make quick contact with those in the school community. We inform health authorities in real time and collaborate on whatever follow-up is appropriate, again, led by health authorities. But this set of information is a way to engage our school community, make sure we have accurate, timely information that we can provide that to all the relevant authorities. The information in this is kept in separate secure servers. It is only shared with health authorities as lawfully appropriate. Next, please. Important to note, we feel an enormous responsibility to make sure that every dollar we spend is spent wisely. We are procuring lab tests at a very cost-effective rate. We look at the cost per unit, the end-to-end of the system, all the way from the materials and processing to making sure we engage the community and properly pass the data file to the county and coordinate with them. All in cost roughly $30 every time we administer a test. We think that those cost parameters will stand the test of time. Next, please. Just a little bit of explanation. What we're doing right now, we are in the baseline testing phase. We've tested more than 80,000 children and adults. The purpose of that is to both understand the prevalence within the school community and at the same time train those at schools and the families we serve to be able to use these tools and this information in advance of a return to schools. Next, please. We publish weekly, maybe daily now, a report card. This continues to be refined as we integrate our information together with the county. You'll see the percent testing positive. You will see how we follow up on cases. And you will see ultimately the health survey results will also be integrated into this broader community level dashboard. In addition, we've been working with health authorities and labor authorities to be able to publish a school level report card, because if and when we are at schools, we'll need to be able to share more granular information with those in the school community to make sure they're properly informed. I think we're all familiar with instances around the country where an individual might become positive. Nobody knows or can isolate who or how that happened. Everybody leaves the school becomes a haunted house and no one goes back. So part of a program like this is not just to return students and teachers to schools in the safest way possible, but also to keep students and teachers in school in the safest way possible. Next, please. Dr. Ferrer mentioned, again, we are in a transition ourselves to step-by-step carefully expanding those that we can serve on a school campus. We're being very deliberate and very careful. We understand the consequence of something less than optimal now can affect what we can do in the long term. We started when school started with child care for essential workers, who are the children of those who work in our schools. We are now providing one-on-one tutoring for high-needs students at schools. That's the 217 facilities that Dr. Ferrer mentioned are now open for students. This coming week, we'll be expanding that to include additional high-needs students in child care. We just announced an initiative, significant initiative to provide more support for students who are experiencing homelessness and those who are part of the foster care system. We'll be expanding the one-on-one to small group, as well as athletic conditioning. The challenge for us is doing it at scale and doing it properly. As Dr. Ferrer mentioned, not just the county is our partner to do this carefully, but we have to make sure that we have the same set of health standards at each school, 1,400 schools, as we do this. Next, please. Just a little context. Dr. Ferrer mentioned we're at 8. That's the state dashboard that puts us in the purple tier. Purple, by state definition, means widespread risk. Under state guidelines, until for a period of approximately 3 weeks, schools cannot consider reopening until they've been at or below that threshold for 3 weeks. At 8, we're not. To give you some frame of reference where other school districts are in the state, San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento. San Francisco and Oakland, for instance, are well below those thresholds, although they've announced that they would not consider in-person instruction until January. That takes us through the slides. What we could do is pull that down, and then I'd be happy to answer questions, as I'm sure Dr. Ferrer would. And again, thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Blumenfeld, for allowing us to share our progress today. And our goal, as I articulated at the outset, is to provide for a path for all students, all who work in schools, to be back in schools as soon as we can do so safely, and to maintain a school environment where we mitigate risk as much as possible to keep all in the school community as safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. We're going to go ahead and take questions from the members. Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Blumenfield, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you both for being here. It's really great to have you here talking directly to folks. First question is sort of this balance of the science. You know, we want, most importantly, is keeping everybody safe. I think hands down that is the top priority. There's also the issues of the science around folks who are out of school and the damage that it's doing to them personally. How do we figure out that balance and make sure that we are working on the mitigation of the health damages to kids from isolation and everything else while we get to a place where we can reopen?
I'm happy to go first, Dr. Ferrer, if you'd like to.
No, that's fine with me.
All right. So, Councilmember, we have to balance 3 things which are often conflicting. The first is the learning needs of students. The second is the need to support working families, because there's another piece to this puzzle, which is the return to an economy and equilibrium in a household. Families have to be at work. And the last but not least is the health and safety of the school community. And on that, we cannot compromise. So what you heard me speak of, and I think Dr. Ferrer the same, is that piece doesn't move. That's science, that's foundation. On that, we carefully build a return to school facilities as best we can. You saw in the chart I shared, COVID can spread to children, very young children. You see in the chart I shared. The science has said young children can share it with adults or grandma. We serve multi-generational households, so we cannot put schools in a position to become a petri dish where an 8-year-old child causes a 30-year-old teacher, a 50-year-old bus driver, or a 70-year-old caretaker at home to become ill. So it is the congregate setting where the challenge ensues. But the overall frame we look at it is, we know students need to be back. But let's go back to that last chart, COVID at 8. And what can we do as a community to help reduce the community spread so it can be better isolated and a particular setting can be as safe as possible. But it's that balancing act. And right now with COVID at 8, it is what it is. it's uncomfortable. We're doing the best we can for our youngest learners and students who need to be back in school. But I can't ask someone to be in a classroom with them or potentially expose a grandparent at home when the state tells us and science authorities tell us 8 is higher than 7, and it's certainly higher than 1.7 in San Francisco.
Yeah, thank you so much. Council member, I agree with Superintendent Buettner, but I also want to highlight, these are extraordinary times. None of us really have ever lived through a pandemic, and certainly not a pandemic as deadly as the pandemic we're living through. So, it's very challenging. It's a new virus, which means we're constantly learning. And because we're constantly learning, we're constantly needing to modify and expand the strategies we can use to contain the virus. I can't think of a more challenging scenario in which to ask of our educational leaders to take on the responsibility of figuring out how to create safety at schools, so much so that people can come back, and in coming back for the opportunities for in-person learning, not create conditions that actually exacerbate the spread in our communities. So I want to just straight out say, could not be more challenging to do this work, particularly the work that needs to be done by our educational institutions. I do think that we've created a possible pathway forward, which is incrementally working school by school on putting in place what we believe are protections that are essential, not just at schools, but really we do this for every work site, in reducing opportunities for spread. When you have a case rate of 8 new cases per 100,000 people, you have a lot of transmission, which means it is likely that every single school that reopens will in fact at some point fairly quickly see a positive case. That will either be a symptomatic person that gets tested and identified because they're symptomatic, or it will be an asymptomatic person that's picked up through testing or through contact tracing. In either case, the goal that we've set for ourselves as a community right now is to make sure that the protocols that are in place in the school prevent a lot of transmission from that case. The problem is not that we have any opportunity right now to wipe out the virus, either in our community or in our schools. The issue before us is to reduce the transmission of the virus in all of those settings. The last thing we want is for schools to reopen, not be able to contain cases and prevent large outbreaks, because that not only results in the school potentially needing to close, but also means we just then increase the number of people that will be infected back at home, back at our work sites, back in our neighborhoods, and we get in a vicious circle of seeing accelerating cases. So I think this opportunity we have in front of us right now to, with smaller numbers of students and teachers and staff at schools, test out the protocols, test out our outbreak management plans, may in fact create for us the path that allows us to move forward. And I want to note, we have to have a lot of respect for the personal decisions that everyone needs to make, parents, staff, and teachers. This is a pandemic. We've passed 7,000 people dying in a relatively short amount of time. In some households, they have experienced those deaths and they have experienced serious illness. And they have a very different take on what they want to tolerate for risk. So for those families and teachers and staff, we need to create opportunities for them to remain in the settings that they feel are safest. And if that's at home, all of those efforts to expand online learning capacity, I think need to be continued because it's not really an either or while we live through the pandemic. It's creating options that afford as much safety as possible and then recognizing that people will need to assess individual risk as they make decisions about when and what is a safe activity for them to return to. I think our job is to lay out what we know are strategies that can be successful in reducing as much as possible transmission in any setting, including schools.
Yeah, it is a Herculean task, and we have to be very deliberative, as you're saying, and no one wants us to go to do anything other than that, and to be careful and deliberative. A number of constituents have asked me about, our size. We are bigger in population than states, than some foreign countries, and they're saying it doesn't make sense at some point to divide the county into smaller subsections for the purpose of tier ratings, and would that allow LA to get to some schools to get back up and running sooner? Does that seem like a logical strategy, or does that not make sense?
I get that question, as I know you do, pretty regularly, with I think a recognition that, in fact, we publish data every day that shows you the disproportionality in who's most affected by COVID-19. And in fact, there are communities that have very low rates of new cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. And then there are communities that actually have significantly higher rates than what our average is. And a lot of folks would like to have us acknowledge that by dividing the county up and having different sets of policies and practices depending on those rates. I think it may be a little bit misleading, although I recognize and appreciate the frustration. But I think it's a little misleading to believe that because the rate in your particular community is lower than it may be in others, it may make sense for you to move forward much faster. I've come to appreciate, as a recently, relatively new member of our LA community, how much traveling people do to go to work and to, in fact, do their daily activities. And I don't know of any large school district that's in any kind of bubble situation where all of their staff, all of their teachers, and even all of their students are coming just from one neighborhood. In fact, in some of the communities where we have the lowest rates, those are communities that in fact are very well resourced and may have higher rents because of that and higher costs of living, which keeps out some of the service employees from being able to live in those neighborhoods, but doesn't mean that those employees are not coming into our communities and providing a set of much needed essential services. So I'd like to say, I think a better approach is for everyone to help everyone else drive the rates down for the entire county. I also never believe in leaving communities behind. Our hardest hit communities are the hardest hit communities because they have the highest percent of essential workers that went back to work we never left work at the very beginning of the pandemic, when we really didn't actually know all we needed to do to keep people safe. And we continue to see disproportionality in who's affected at their work sites, where lower wage workers actually have way more exposures and cases than workers who are allowed to telework or work in settings where there's a lot more protections that have been put in place. So, I think our job is pretty clear moving forward to work as a county, recognizing and learning from the experiences people are having about what works best. But I would never want to leave communities behind. I would never want to not open schools with all of the safety precautions we know make sense in some communities because they've already been burdened with higher rates of COVID-19. I don't think that would be the right way to go.
Okay, thank you. And we have a lot of questions, and I know my colleagues want to get through stuff, so I'll try to be brief. Mr. Buettner, I want to ask you about a couple of parents have asked me about the issue of learning loss and how LAUSD is going to assess learning loss, how we are planning for making up that loss. And I know it's something that you all think about quite a lot, but that's on the minds of a lot of parents. If you could address that.
Sure, and let me just add a coda to Dr. Ferrer's comments. The chart I showed earlier was one high school with about 2,800 students and a couple hundred staff. All those dots, one color dot is staff, one color dot is student. And at that one high school of 2,800 students, they come from 88 different zip codes. And if you look at where siblings of students go, where children of staff members go, within the one-day cycle, those 2,800 or 3,000 members of that school come in contact with another 100,000 people each day throughout the community. So just to emphasize Dr. Ferrer's point, we're in this together, irrespective of what we might see as an isolated school in a neighborhood. In terms of learning loss, as I mentioned earlier, we're all familiar with the summer slide, where students over an 8 or 10 week summer period will regress. We would expect students who are struggling in online to regress, not to be making the progress they should. There are other students who are making progress. All students who are in schools are being assessed now. So we have regular assessments of students and the individual supports provided as best we can. But the ultimate recovery is a combination of the primary promises I've noted, which is to double down with more resources for our youngest learners. And it's to create a path for students to be back in schools. There are certain students with differences in disabilities, for instance, where it is just not practical to serve a student in isolation who needs one-on-one individual, no mask on support. So certain students are struggling more than others. We would expect to see more resources in schools. We hope our county and city partners are with us in this because so many of the challenges society face present themselves in schools, including COVID. And with the education crisis or needs we're going to see in schools comes a mental health crisis. And that's something Dr. Ferrer and I worked on before this in other circumstances. We both see coming back to school extraordinary needs of students. And we're going to have to be city, county, school district side by side to make sure that we're not just thinking about learning loss, because students who aren't well, who aren't in a frame to learn, who might have been with the family or part of the family, who suffer job loss, illness, or God forbid something worse during this pandemic, before we can get on with the business of learning recovery, we're going to have to make sure they are well. So extraordinary challenges lie ahead that we all have to take on together.
Okay, members, we're running out of time, and I know a few of you have additional questions, so I want to make sure that we can get through it quickly. I know there's a lot of folks waiting to provide public comments, so we're going to get to you shortly. And we're also going to be taking public comment for a special meeting separately. I'm sorry, for the special agenda separately. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Koretz to ask his questions and try to be as brief as possible because we are out of time, and both Superintendent and Dr. Ferrer need to get back to other responsibilities. Mr. Koretz?
Well, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Ferrer and Superintendent Buettner for being here today and for your great work from the beginning. I'm certainly concerned with the news that children testing positive for COVID has doubled since September. That's quite concerning. At the same time, I've spoken to many parents, including some of my staff, and they're struggling with having kids at home and school and trying to maintain their full-time jobs. So I'm focused on the need, but also on the need to keep children safe in the long term with the decisions we're making for them. So first, a couple of healthcare related questions. Do we know yet whether if a child catches COVID and whether they're symptomatic or not, whether there are long-term health impacts like scarring in the lungs that could have serious and partly lifelong, possibly lifelong implications for them?
Yeah, thank you so much, Council Member Koretz, and also for your leadership. I want to acknowledge it's a new virus, so it's hard to have sort of a preponderance of evidence on long-term impacts, but multi-inflammatory syndrome in children is one of what we know can be a long-term impact associated with COVID-19. Children who get ill with MIS-C are in fact children who either have antibodies that they've produced for COVID-19, meaning that they were infected at some point in time, or they've had a known positive test for COVID-19. There also are ample numbers of cases, throughout the nation and the world that demonstrate, for some people, including children, there are long-term effects from COVID-19. Whether these resolve themselves over, many months is still, I think, the big question that is out there. For some patients, it's been serious enough to require, you've heard about a double lung transplant for patients, and we've also heard about the long haulers. But we also know that there are people for whom they're very ill and they get better very slowly, but they do get better. So I think the evidence is not conclusive. I would never rule out that there will be, as we learn more about this virus, additional long-term impacts both on children and adults at this point that we still don't know enough about. It's one of the reasons why, if you're a public health person or you're a clinician, you want everybody to be very attentive, cautious, and careful. It is a new virus, and we're going to learn as we go along, and some of the answers to your questions will take us, a year or two of living with this virus to really understand fully the implications.
And I will note, my daughter is a 7-month and going on 8th month long hauler. So it's very difficult to tell whether, even though she doesn't seem to have active COVID and new symptoms, the old symptoms are going away somewhat slowly. And I guess we don't know whether any of those will be retained in some fashion or not.
I think you're right. And, please send my wishes to your daughter. I know how horrible it has been for the long haulers. And I also know that it's an up and down for many of them. They think they're getting better, then they relapse. This is unfortunately something that happens with other viruses as well. But I do have all of my hopes with her for full recovery.
Thank you. And with MIS-C, the Kawasaki-like disease, what do we know in terms of the spread? I know we only had a dozen or so when I put in a motion a while back to get a report back on this, but hey, here you are, so you can do it. How much more in terms of cases? Have we had any deaths like they had in other parts of the country yet? What's the prognosis for this particular variation?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have my notes in front of me on the numbers. I think it's 41, but don't quote me on that. We did announce on Monday what the exact number was, so I'm trying to think back to the announcements on Monday. Every week or two, we update the county on the numbers of cases of MIS-C. So, obviously a steady increase. Every child that's been diagnosed with MIS-C has spent time hospitalized, and about 50% of the children with MIS-C have been sick enough to require care in an intensive care unit. The split amongst ages of children of all ages, 0 to 4, the 5 to 11-year-olds, the 12 to 18-year-olds, all have been affected. I think for every age group, it's at least 25% of the cases have been in that age group. And the Latino, Latinx community has been hit the hardest with the majority of cases. So again, and we've seen that pattern in other places as well. I will say that we put out a lot of information on our website, so both parents and providers, medical providers, will know what are the signs and symptoms, and making sure that, particularly for parents, they're connecting very quickly to a provider if their child is ill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koretz.
Could I sneak in one last question on a non-child related topic, but as long as you're here. Clearly, the issue of masking is one that gives us the greatest opportunity for reduction of spread. Have we looked at the success of the cities in LA County that have actually put in enforcement into a mandatory masking ordinance? Cities like Beverly Hills and West Hollywood and Santa Monica, where they actually have citations, and compared them to cities like Los Angeles, where we have a mandatory masking, but not a citation enforcement process, to see which has been more successful, if there's actually been a noticeable difference in success.
Yeah, thanks so much. It is something that we are trying to gather more information on to try to answer that question. One of the pieces of information we need to collect in order to do a good job on that is how many citations are actually issued as well, and then take a look at whether or not we see, and it would have to be a pattern of difference, because as you know, some of the communities that have introduced an ordinance or a requirement for compliance with masking are in fact communities that have lower rates of the infection to start with. So but our team is very interested, as I know you are, and we're hoping to have that information in the next couple of weeks.
If I could just suggest one thing to be taken into account, is it's not just the number of enforcements, it's the amount of publicity around the fact that enforcement exists. I certainly have eyeballed more masking in the city of West Hollywood, which is right near where I live. And I don't think they've done massive enforcement, but they've done good publicity about the fact that you could get a citation. And so that would be a key factor as well.
I do agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Kurtz.
you.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks to you and our colleague, Bob Blumenfeld, for facilitating the discussion this morning. It's been very, very helpful. Dr. Freire, thank you for your leadership. You know, we hang on to your words every day. And unlike some, I do believe science matters. So thank you for your description and helping us to understand where we are and how we get out of this. And Superintendent Buechner, again, thank you for your leadership. You and the board and your cabinet, certainly, and faculty and staff are bending over backwards, and we just appreciate that. You mentioned that 83% of the students now are Black and brown. That's of concern to me, of course. A third of the population in CD9 is under the age of 18. And many of those students, of course, had learning deficiencies before the pandemic. And now that we are in the midst of this coronavirus, it's even more pronounced in our communities. You mentioned that schools can apply to reopen with some modifications for special ed, ESL. Is there a list of those schools and where are they geographically located? How do we enhance instructional opportunities in those settings?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Price, for your thoughts, and I appreciate that. One of the challenges we have is we have a large system. We have almost 500 elementary schools with high needs, and so waivers and exceptions don't bring all students back. Don't bring our highest needs students back. Don't bring all students back in your council district. And I think that the overall goal has to be to reduce spread in the community and build the foundation to reopen each of our schools, all of our schools. What we are doing, as I noted earlier, for highest needs students, we provide childcare for the student of an essential worker or a child who needs care during the day so they can participate in their classes. We're providing one-on-one support for our highest needs students in a program that continues to expand as we prove we can do it carefully. We're actually doing it outside. We're doing it outside to make sure we, where possible, have the safest health practice in place. And so of the 217, I couldn't tell you, I can get back to you which schools are those that are open. But what we're doing is trying to prioritize students who need most supports in a time like this. And we're trying to prioritize them in one-on-one tutoring, in access to a campus for care during the day, or that tutoring if appropriate, and other supports, and other programs which would include the safety net. It should not go unrepeated. 72 million meals is the largest program of any relief program in the nation, let alone led by a school district. And if I had a plea for our city council partners, it's we need to together advocate for funding. In most other parts of the nation, children's meals are the province of schools. Adult meals are the province of the city, a county, a community as a whole. And where we're leading on behalf of the community, we hope to see the city join us, the county join us, and other agencies. So the safety net we're providing, we shouldn't take for granted. We don't have the resources to take out of the classroom and provide meals to adults, but we're doing it because it has to be done. And my hope is with your leadership and council president and others that we'd see more collaboration in some of these areas which are desperately needed in all the communities we serve.
Yeah, we certainly look forward to continuing that collaboration. I've been in several grab and go spots in the district at our schools, and you're right, the community has come to really appreciate them and to rely on them. Lastly, you mentioned there was some discussion about the outbreak management, which I think is an interesting term. But talk a little bit about this testing schedule. We know it's going to be ramping up, but is it envisioned that testing would occur every day, every other day, or what's the kind of ramp up to making sure there's a safe environment for kids, for staff, for faculty on the campuses? Sure,
and lest anyone listening comes away with the wrong impression, we are not creating a bubble. We saw in the World Series last night, even someone within a bubble could come in contact with the virus. So what we're trying to do is mitigate risk. The baseline testing will be provided and is being provided to our science partners, UCLA, Stanford, Johns Hopkins. We have Anthem and Health Net also advising us on what the pattern of periodic testing will be. And in simplest terms, the science advisors will tell us one could expect in a smaller portion or a school with higher incidence, more testing. One could expect with less occurrence or no occurrence, less testing. We have procured a volume of tests such that when students are back, we expect to be able to test every student or staff member within a week or 10-day time horizon, which the epidemiologists and scientists tell us will mitigate risk, won't reduce risk, but mitigating risk. And the goal is to be able to respond quickly to identify, isolate, work together with our health partners at the community health department to make sure that an occurrence of one does not become an occurrence of many. The other important piece of that is testing it's not a curative, it's not an immunization, it's a diagnostic tool that has to exist alongside health practice, the mask, Councilmember Kress talked about, social distancing, keeping students in small, stable cohorts. So one of our great challenges at the moment that we're working through with our labor partners is how do we provide for appropriate instruction in secondary schools, balancing learning needs and health needs? Because a typical high school schedule has a student going on to 6 or 7 classes during the course of the day, each with a different group of students. So the health cohort effectively becomes several hundred individuals. That won't work. So we have to find ways to redo master schedules and the like at secondary schools to make sure that we have small, stable cohorts, health practice, and testing as a diagnostic tool all together to reduce risk as much as possible.
One last question, Madam President. You mentioned that, Mr. Buettner, that you got 90% level of penetration almost on every category you talked about, including hardware. Still some issues in my community. Folks say they don't have access to the laptops that they need. You've got a family with 3 or 4 kids trying to access the internet with varying degrees of success. Talk about any special efforts we're doing to make sure that that these families can have the hardware they need and are able to access the programs that have been provided online?
A very good question, because without the connection, students are left behind. We recognize that early. So we are providing to any student who needs it a free device, tablet, Chromebook, depending on what is age and instructionally appropriate. And
Did they get that through their school? Is there a number they call, or how does that happen?
We have a hotline. We have not a 24-hour, but I think an 18-hour hotline, 6 days a week. There's a website, and the easiest place is through their teacher or their principal at the school. And that's how we've gotten to 99+% connected. Now, to do so, there are some challenges. The devices aren't free. There should be a funding mechanism from the state to provide for that. There's not. And that's a challenge that we need to advocate together at the state level. The state provides us funding for those who work in schools. We're encouraging voters to participate with us in a facilities program to expand on that. But we receive $0 from the state for the devices that we're providing. The same challenge exists in internet access. Now, I'm old enough, older than most of you, to remember when everyone had a rotary phone. There was no haves and have-nots. Everyone had access. The old dial line or landline service. When we shifted to wireless and we shifted to internet, somehow we left a portion of our community behind, the have-nots. And that gaping digital divide exists here. Now, we have solved it with a temporary fix, which is we'll provide wireless access, internet access for free to students and their families. It's an imperfect solution for a couple of reasons. First is the technical one you mentioned. In certain communities, it should be the cable company. In other neighborhoods, it should be a Wi-Fi. In other neighborhoods, it might be a different technical solution. So we need the providers assisting with this. The other is like devices, there's no funding stream for that. And whether we need to-
Including headphones.
Including headphones. And so we should be looking collectively. I know that whether it's Spectrum or others, the city is their regulator. For the telecom companies, it's the state. But I think we need the city and state regulators to get together and say, okay, what's the right framework going forward? Because we're going to be in this a while. I actually think this connection to students and their families, the one-on-one connection, is something we want to protect and preserve in the long term, because it can add to instruction even when students are back at schools. But we're going to need that regulatory framework to make sure the optimum technical solution exists in the House, and that there's a funding stream to pay for it on an ongoing basis.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We look forward to working with you.
Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President and members. Thank you for this robust discussion, Dr. Ferrer and Mr. Buettner. Austin, let me just say this. You have displayed true leadership during these uncertain times. Heroic, and you deserve a Medal of Valor. Jay and I, in the early days of the pandemic, the first day, we visited a number of the grab and go sites in Dr. B's district. And that food delivery system now for our students has been a national model. Your line of communication with families is just incredible as well. You know, Jay and I have looked forward to your Monday morning briefings. Yes, we have listened, but at the same time, I have been irritated by all your phone messages, but it's not bad. It's a commitment you and the school board have made to have that line of communication in these uncertain times with parents. I'm concerned, though, with the mental health and well-being of our students. Maybe Dr. Ferrer can chime in on this. We know and we've heard, and as an LAUSD parent, my sisters are teachers. We have a lot of friends and family who are teachers. A lot of our family go to our LAUSD students. They have been, these are challenging times for our students as well. And in your numbers, Mr. Buettner, you mentioned almost 200,000 students still are not signing in on a daily basis. 3 million students around this country, I believe, are still not going to school or not signing on. The challenges of not having that personal connection with teachers. I know there's a lot of stress and anxiety among our students and our parents at the same time. So how are we addressing the mental health and well-being of our students who are struggling in class because not being able to personally connect with our students. I know there are a number of sites today through the school district that are being offered for students who are struggling, but just on a whole just a whole broad perspective of our students suffering from our mental health and well-being.
Sure. I'll start, but I know Dr. Ferrer can add to this as well, because this is an area we collaborate on pretty closely, the school district and the county. I'll start by acknowledging, and I'll use your words, Councilmember Buscaino, it's that personal connection, and the personal connection is lost. We have students who are home, they may be home by themselves, they may be in a family that was struggling to get by, struggling even more now. COVID, school, a tremendous amount of trauma and anxiety in virtually every household, including, I'm sure, each of your own. It's life, right? So what we're trying to do is a couple of things. We've set up the tools that we can. We have a mental health hotline. We have changed our school schedules so every student begins each day with an advisory period, where the purpose of that is really health and wellness. How are you doing? How are you as a human? What can I do to help? Before we get on to the instruction of the day, we start with an advisory period. We have our counselors fully deployed to try to find situations where they can be helpful. But what we're missing is one of the things that comes along, excuse me, with having students in schools, which is that personal connection. And so we struggle with it. We struggle how to try to provide it. And we understand fully that when students are able to come back to schools, we will have a set of mental health challenges in schools that we've not seen in this country in generations. And that has to be all hands on deck. City and county school district, from a funding standpoint, many of the funds and many of the programs for mental health are county as the safety net agency, if you will. There are other programs the city has. So schools cannot do it alone. The best thing we can do, I'll go back to that 8.0 number for LA County, is all of us wear masks, practice distancing, celebrate Dodgers remotely as you've done, enjoy the picture, but don't have that many of your friends come together tomorrow night to celebrate because we've got to get COVID back to a level where one could plan to have more students back in school where the personal connection can be made and provide the mental health support. But I'll turn over to Dr. Ferrer. I'm sure she can add, because this is really a team effort.
Thank you, Elsa.
Yeah, and thanks so much. And I'll be brief because I think Superintendent Buettner really captured, the work that's in front of us. Yeah, I think every single person is emotionally distraught, anxious, depressed at some point, both children and adults, on trying to sort of make it through a pandemic that's had devastating impacts on so many families. And I think I want to applaud LAUSD because I think they really stepped up with a set of important services and made some changes to what a student's day looks like to allow for a focus on social and emotional well-being. I think the county also has used every opportunity we can to allow for activities that can be done with as much safety as possible to give opportunities for young people to come together in a situation where there is a supervising adult, as long as that's distance outside and with face coverings and good infection control. So, we have really been very flexible about our interpretation around youth sports to really include some non-traditional sporting activities, because we know how important it is as a community for us to figure out ways for our children to have some of their needs met while they cannot be in school full time. And I want to also acknowledge that when schools are allowed to reopen for high needs students, we have a focus, of course, on students with an individualized education plan and students who are English learners. But we have left the definition of high needs students up to every school, and we have urged schools to include in that students for whom virtual learning isn't working because of their social and emotional needs. And so I want to stress that everything has to be done with safety, adherence to the directives, but the goal is to try to find lots of different options including traditional mental health options. The Department of Mental Health for the county has vastly expanded their offerings to really recognizing embedding social and emotional learning within the standard curriculum at schools during a pandemic is critically important.
Dr. Ferrer, my last question, thank you for the response to you and Mr. Buettner. You know, I know in classroom settings it's close personal contact, but I'm just questioning how are we able or allowed passengers flying across the country and around the world, and yet we're not allowed to open our classrooms today?
Yeah, thank you so much, Council Member. And I know that, you know, there's lots of comparisons that get made about, you know, why are some things allowed and some things are not. The first thing I want to note is, and I agree with Superintendent Buettner on this, is the task in front of us is to make sure that we're putting together plans that allow for as much safety to get built into the school environments as possible. There's 1.4 million students that attend public schools in the county, and hundreds of thousands of staff and teachers that support those students every day. That's a huge number of people that will be interacting with each other. And I think the best way forward is to figure out in those settings how to ensure that there's as much safety as possible. You know, the decisions to allow for travel both get made personally by individual people. I know that there are scores and scores of people that will not get on an airplane for precisely the reasons that you've mentioned. It still appears to be an activity of heightened risk. I think for some people that's either their jobs or it's a necessary piece of their jobs, and they have to make their assessments. So I'm going to go back to probably what I was trying to articulate earlier, which is I think because education is so central to the well-being of our communities, both in the short term and the long term, we need to pay a lot of attention to creating lots of options for people to get high quality support services and access to good learning. Some of that is best able to happen during the pandemic through the online options. And slowly, as we bring people back into our schools, we're figuring out how to create that safety back at our schools. But
thank you so much.
Okay, thank you,
I hope
members.
that's okay. And again, I want to thank you for
Understood.
Thank you, members.
Thank you
We
for
really
all
have
you
to
have.
wrap this up. Members, we have to wrap this up. We were only going to allow about 45 minutes. This discussion has gone on for a while now, and Dr. Ferrer and Superintendent Buettner really need to get back to other duties. So I want to thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
And going past our time. So I just want to say thank you again. And we'll have you back as soon as we agendize this item one more time. But I want to just, again, sincerely thank you both for your gracious time this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know.
Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and vote to note and file this item number 33.
Yes, Madam President.
Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Cedillo, aye.
Aye. Price, aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Cedillo and Councilmember Price. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes.
Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and move on to public comment. Public comment for our regular agenda, and we're going to take public comment for our separate agenda separately.
Yes.
So go ahead and read the call-in information.
Thank you, Madam President. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call area code 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press the pound key. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to speak. And finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number being called out, press *6. Again, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466. Press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. Finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number being called out, press *6.
Madam President, would you like me to read out the speaking rules?
Yes, and this would be only for our regular agenda items.
That's correct. So to members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total. And if you wish 1 minute for general public comment, please speak on the items before providing general public comment. We'll tell you when your time's up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell whether you're on topic, you'll get one brief warning from me or the president. If you do not immediately get clearly on topic or again stray off topic, the president will cut you off and you'll forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we'll move on to the next speaker. We're going to take 30 minutes total of public comment. The items in the regular agenda, which are open for public comment, are items 1, 39, 40, and 45. That's 1, 39, 40, and 45. As the president stated, when we go into the special meeting, we will have a separate comment period on those items. Finally, for people calling in to speak, as the clerk noted, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number or other identifying information, please press *6 to unmute yourself immediately. We understand that some of you might be listening to the meeting on your computer or channel 35. Please try to keep one ear on the phone so that when you hear us identify you, you can quickly press *6. When that happens, turn down the volume on your other devices immediately, please, so that we don't get feedback or a time delay. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take the first caller.
Call-in user 1, please press *6. Call-in user 1, please press *6. Call-in user 1, please press *6. Caller with a phone number ending in 1108, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, Daniel Gus, all items in general public comment.
You have 3 minutes and 1 minute for your general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Let me start my own clock here. Council members, it's tough to tell 2 hours in which are available and which are not. So let me just say that the camping issue is critical, but please take into consideration that a lot of homeless people in LA have dogs and cats. Unless you have a safe dog and cat friendly place for them to go, this plan is flawed. You need to figure out a safe place for homeless people, or whatever you choose to call them, who have dogs and cats to go. If you're offering them shelter to go to, whether in whatever form it is, if you're not taking into consideration the animals with them, then what are you going to do? Then you're going to be sued. You need to figure that out. They need to stay together with their animals, but I don't hear anyone addressing that element of this very important thing that you're addressing. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you gotta calculate in what do you do if the person has a dog or cat and knows that that can throw your entire plan into disarray? Also, you have to consider, how do you get those animals spayed and neutered? Because that just encapsulates a whole lot of other things. I noticed that Mr. Wesson is now kissing Koreatown's ass after abusing the power of the Korean community in Los Angeles. Very funny now that we have a successful Korean attorney by the name of Grace Yu, who should be the next county,
Mr. Gus,
who should be the next council member from the 10th district. Funny how just at the end, Mr. Wesson is finally.
Mr. Gus, I'm sorry to interrupt. Were you going into general public comment?
Yeah, I'm going to do that next. Is that item off?
Yes.
Off the boards.
It
okay,
was.
No problem. Let me just go on to the general then. Thanks for clarifying that. Council members, I have a new column in City Watch called Eric Garcetti's Me Too Comeuppance, in which Joe Biden finally told Eric Garcetti, stay home from the campaign for these last few days because of the ongoing sexual harassment alleged, including by an LAPD officer, against Rick Jacobs, who you all know and support and have enabled for all of this time. In my column on City Watch, Eric Garcetti's Me Too Comeuppance, I even describe where Eric Garcetti tried to give me a hug years ago in a meeting in his office. I didn't take it personally, but times have changed. It should be clear to everyone, whether Garcetti, Jacobs, everybody, you are not supposed to encourage physical contact during non-social public events. Thank you. Have a good meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Gus.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 3318, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, this is Richie Serdenko from People's City Council and Sunrise Movement LA. I'd like to speak on general public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Bob Blumenfeld, I'm outside your house right now. We know what you're doing. You guys just spent 2 hours delaying public comment. You guys don't believe in democracy for 1 fucking second. You guys are a joke. You knew there was a planned press conference at noon. You delayed for 2 hours. Nuri Martinez, you should feel fucking ashamed of yourself. We're calling to oppose the ordinance for Mike Fierce for 4118. You all should feel disgusted with yourself trying to criminalize homelessness in Los Angeles. I say this a lot, but you guys honestly should take a deep look inside yourself and think about what the fuck you're doing when you attempt to criminalize poverty in Los Angeles. It's cheaper to alleviate these problems in our communities than to enforce it, than to criminalize it. Bob Blumenfeld, we know what you're up to. We're going to be outside your fucking house all the time. Nuri Martinez, you're next too. Nuri, we know what you're doing. You can't hide. Stop acting like you are some upholder of
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 0357, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Zach Fisher. I'd like 1 whole minute of general public comment, please.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wish that you lot of pandering politicians actually cared half as much about the United States Constitution as you pretend to care about the Dodgers. Your barbaric ordinances that criminalize merely existing in public are obviously and facially unconstitutional. They are vague, they are overbroad, and they chill fathomless depths of constitutionally protected activity. At the threat of a $3.5 billion gun to our heads, you dare to take away our rights to speech, expressive conduct, press, assembly, our freedom of travel. Too many of our brothers and sisters have shed their precious blood in the names of these rights. Cowardly tyrants like you must be brought to heel. The vast majority of you are glorified marionettes for the oligarchs that line your coffers. You must and will be removed from power so that liberty and equality can once again represent us as our fundamental values in our fine city of Los Angeles. Thank you. And Mr. Corrett,
thank you.
You and your
next speaker. Next caller.
Caller with a phone number ending in 6888, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item
Hi.
you'd like to speak on.
Hi, this is Eva, and I'd like to speak on item 201376.
Hold
Can
on,
I
for
go
just
ahead?
hold on for just a second.
Okay.
You have a minute. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I think that this motion is vital because it'll help Los Angeles maintain a balance between helping the homeless and helping the residents and homeowners to help maintain a clean and healthy community while still staying within the parameters of the Boise, Idaho decision. The encampments blocking entire sidewalks is a serious ADA violation. So amending 4118, it should be immediate. You shouldn't even have to think about that one because it's a violation against the disabled. There has to be a 3-foot sidewalk clearance for the disabled and wheelchair bound. The ADA civil rights protection laws are being violated on a daily basis. We have handicapped people forced onto the streets, risking their life and limb with cars whizzing by at 40 miles an hour. It's just not right. And this is a civil right that they earned in the 90s so they can have equal access to all public access. And also bridge shelters, there have been promises made and promises broken. If the city wants to build shelters and house more homeless, they have to adhere and follow the promises they made to residents that live near the shelters and abide by the enforcement zone and clearance of camping. If the promises, thank you.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1148, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 1148, please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
I'd like to speak on all available items, please, and general public comment.
You have 3 minutes and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Apologize to Ms. Autry Martinez again. And again, we have corrupt and kindergarten tactics, making the public wait 2 hours deliberately on a bunch of minutia from...
Speaker, would you please get on the agenda items?
Yeah, I'm getting to my comment, but the public knows what you're doing because you know there are a lot of callers on this. Just criminal corruption. So kindergarten, it's deliberate. Item number 1 is going to be voted on 100% unanimously because the LA City Council vote trades. Public, look up vote trading, Los Angeles City Council. It's illegal. But why do they sit here and congratulate each other? Don't congratulate each other. That's our job. You pat each other on the back constantly. We don't want to hear that. You haven't done a damn thing but steal and criminalize homeless people. Item number 1 is $35 million for 104 units. I'm a contractor. One of the things I do. That is insane. But this is the daily votes from the LA City Council. That's $336,000 per unit. And they don't even say how many square feet the units are. Last week, they voted 5 projects, $191 million for just 460 units. That is insane. Enriching their contractor buddies. This is why we're recalling Dawson. Yeah, we're coming for you, boy. We're coming for you. 12 grandmothers picketed your home yesterday for Destination Crenshaw. We don't want it. That's public. That's $200 million for an outdoor museum. What they say it is, it's a gentrification project. Throwing out 1,000 people out of Dorset Village.
I'm sorry
Google
to interrupt.
Dorset Village.
Please get back on topic.
H project number 1 is just the same thing. All the same thing. Gentrify, butcher the community, build things that people can't even afford, and they don't even they don't even account for how many people are being actually housed in these so-called homeless units. HHH project is a complete scam to the public to siphon money to your billionaire developers, which fund your corrupt campaigns, sleazy, corrupt king of homelessness, Herm Wesson, is a blight on humanity. He's running for city,
You're on
county
general public
board.
comment,
It's just
Speaker.
great.
General
Pardon
public
me?
speaker.
Pardon me, sir?
You're on general public comment now, please.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, Dawson, that you gave him $488,000, $308,000, now $541,000 just last week for his luxury $1.3 million offices. This is a disgrace. The public does not want, and we will not have, Destination Crenshaw. $200 million. And you're giving this guy $1 million and you're furloughing employees. Everybody that's being furloughed, everybody that doesn't have a job, everybody that's struggling, this guy, this sleazy, corrupt council is giving this guy all this money because he asked for it. The LA City Council vote trades.
Thank you, Speaker.
100% of the votes are yes votes.
Thank you, Speaker.
So why?
Next caller.
Caller with a phone number ending in 7719, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and I'll just simply speak on all of the items available and a general public comment. And I'm going to start with 43, the great Curran Price. You know, when he spoke today, he was sitting in front of what looks like a giant hand massager or remote. It's actually the Lucas Narrative Storytelling Museum.
So, Mr. Previn, that's actually on the special agenda. You can talk about this in general public comment now if you want, but otherwise, if you'd stick to items 1, 39, 40, and 45, that would be great. Thank you.
What about 42?
We've already, that's also on the special agenda. Again, if you want to talk about it in general public comment, you're free to do so.
No, I don't want to do my, is this my general public? I thought I wanted to speak on all the items. What are the items that are currently in front of us, sir?
1, 39, 40, and 45.
Okay, so it's 139, as you said. Well, let me compliment the board on putting together one of the most confusing meetings I've ever been a part of as a public advocate and journalist. By having 3 separate agendas, including this special meeting agenda,
so
which you now
I
are saying
assume you
can't.
want to go to general public comment, Mr. Previn, since you have had 3 chances now. So why don't we send you to general public comment?
Fine, here it is, 39. I got it. Okay, it's LA World Airports. Thank Bonin. Thank God for Bonin and ACOM for making sure that LA World Airport is not suffering and that they are trickling down whatever they can to the workers. We know that they're not interested in making money and bolstering airline business. They're interested in the people and trying to help them out, which is why we signed those appalling deals with AT&T, guided by Englander, Knabe, and Allen, the direct link to, obviously, Mitch Englander, indictee. And don't forget about CD12ist and Staffer B, John Lee, who should have been removed long ago by a natural and ordinary process, but instead they had a costly special election pushed through by a whole cadre of crooks, including Serena Oberstein and Herb Wesson and the great Greg Smith in the basement of City Hall, literally one morning, injecting him into the process while for another 12 months the public waited for democracy. So what can I tell you? You've done a terrible, terrible job today, so you should be proud of yourself. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Why am I not allowed to speak on the special meeting, and how long am I going to have to wait into what kind of a mix? Is it time for my general public comment?
Yes, Mr. Previn.
Thanks. So my general public comment, I want to talk a little bit about what I started to say, which is that the George Lucas Museum, and I'll come back on special meeting, but I'm allowed, because anything under your jurisdiction, was put together by Mayor Garcetti and the County Board of Supervisors. Mark Ridley Thomas walked out of a major public hearing on some kind of a landfill in not his district to go cut the ribbon with Curran Price as they gave away to George Lucas and Melody Hobbs and his wife a lot of rights and opportunity to put up a great museum, and we're all excited. Yes, there have been questions about, is it ugly, is it stupid, is there anything there? But the reality is that it's something, and they're going to let the parks, we're giving them some parcels coming up later in the day. But I want to make it very clear, it has to be free to the people of Los Angeles. If they want to sell little Boba Fett and Yodas, by the way, Yoda has never been seen in the same room as Sheila Kuehl, they're welcome to sell those. But the people have to be able to walk in and drink in the art for free. Fauble, I think you understand free, don't you? Let's do it. And make sure that Curran Price understands if he wants to put advertisements behind his head, he's welcome to it. It is a nice. You're welcome.
Next speaker.
Caller with a phone number ending in 5137, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Penn. I'm the resident representative for the Wilshire Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council, Subdistrict 3. I'd like to make a general public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
So I just really want to know, what is this? You always take public comments first. This is extremely unusual. The public has so much input on the item that you've decided to move to a special meeting, and you let the beginning item go over time, hours over time, but you never do this for public comments. You clearly do not value the input of the people you have been elected to represent. It's been 9 months of these remote meetings. The video production has improved, and yet the managing of the Zoom system has not. It was absolutely chaos this morning. And I just have no other thing to express than rage about the fact that this item that the public clearly has so much input on has been moved to a special agenda item. There's a rally playing these public comments, and it will be a press conference immediately after these comments are over. We will not let you pass item 42. It is absolutely unconscionable. The people are organized.
Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 0313, please press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 0313, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Catherine, and I would like to speak on general comment, please.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I'm calling in opposition to 4118. We must repeal all laws that criminalize houselessness, including 4118, not expand them to be even more demonizing and crippling to houseless people. And instead, we should be focusing our efforts and fund as a city to providing permanent housing, or at the very least hotels, for all unhoused people in Los Angeles. We should also put an end to the so-called Care Plus program and sweeps and work with the health department officials to meet houseless residents' needs instead of criminalizing, stealing from them, relocating them to who knows where. They are members of our communities. They are part of this city, and they should be treated with respect and dignity. Criminalization worsens houselessness. Incarceration worsens houselessness. Displacement worsens houselessness. And it's time for our city to invest in actual solutions to the housing crisis.
Thank you, Speaker.
Not punishing those who suffer.
Next caller.
Caller with the phone number 8178, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, this is Sophie Strauss. I'm going to be quick. I spoke yesterday. I'd like to give public comment.
General public comment?
Yep.
Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
I'm speaking on 4118. This bill is more criminal than anything an unhoused person could ever do by simply trying to exist. It's an embarrassment on our city that this motion was even proposed. If it passes, there will be blood on all of your hands. Herb Wesson, you're running for supervisor in a very tight race. You've positioned yourself as a progressive and touted your endorsement from Melina Abdullah of Black Lives Matter. You have votes to earn this Tuesday, so vote no on 4118 if you want to stand a chance. And Kevin DeLeon, you're new here, you're seen as a progressive. This is your first big vote. It's your chance to show us all that you'll be a different kind of councilman, one who refuses to cause harm to his own constituents. You have a lot to prove right now, so prove it and vote no on 4118. And lastly, while we had to listen to millionaire businessman Superintendent Austin Butner drone on and eat up all of our public time, he mentioned the need for public broadband. Well, Nithya Raman has a plan for that. Vote for Nithya Raman. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 1575, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Katie McEwen, general public comment.
You have a minute, please go ahead.
Yes, hi, Katie McEwen, staff attorney with Public Counsel. We urge you to oppose agenda item 42, the criminalization of our unhoused neighbors in public spaces and around shelters. We've submitted detailed written testimony with our objections. In particular, the policy of sweeping unhoused people away from shelters is ripe for abuse and discriminatory application. It does not make legal or policy sense to bargain with discriminatory opposition or to trade criminalization for housing. What is essential for the siting of shelters is political courage. Further, the city is under no legal requirement to yield to the demands of housed neighbors or commercial businesses. Shelters are protected against discrimination and unjust delays under state law. State law requires by right zoning and streamlined approval of shelters, and the city empowers by right approval of emergency shelters on city-owned land. The council is proposing to adopt an incredibly blunt and harmful policy in the midst of a deadly pandemic, threatening our collective public safety by scattering thousands of our neighbors instead of allowing them to shelter in place and framing it as something that's required.
Thank you, Speaker. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 8911, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Chris Reel, and I'd like to submit a general public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
The City Council needs to recognize the humanity of every Angelino. What the Council is proposing with 4118 is just as cruel, violent, and intolerant as many of the Trump administration's most heinous policies. And using the ADA as cover for this is especially bigoted and despicable when 40% of the unhoused population is disabled. Why don't you care about them? You don't. You don't care about many of them die. LA is in the midst of a pandemic, the air quality is hazardous, and we've experienced record heat this summer. You should be doing everything in your power to provide housing for your constituents. That's your job. Put unhoused Angelinos in hotels and find them permanent housing. Quickly, that is your job. You have failed Los Angeles in so many ways. The homelessness crisis has spiraled out of control, and sweeps are very clearly not the answer. Policing is not the answer. Displacement is not the answer. These practices cost a lot of money. Use that money to provide real outreach to unhoused Angelinos, learn their needs, and address them. My last question for you is, how evil do you have to be to propose or support them?
Next caller.
Caller with a phone number ending in 9842, please press star 6.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Maddie. I'd like to submit a general public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm here to oppose 4118, as so many of us are. With this law, it would make it too easy to arrest the homeless and further criminalize it. The city has far less shelter beds and for the large amount of homelessness we have, and there aren't enough resources for homeless to re-enter society. Thus, there's no way for homeless to avoid committing this crime that you are going to make happen so soon during this horrible pandemic. Instead of finding ways to imprison people that have lost their way in our difficult system, it would be better logically and morally to work towards providing new shelters for the homeless, especially during these inhuman conditions they were experiencing with COVID, the fires, and with climate change making the weather more extreme. The modern prison system is akin to slavery, so this is just coming off as a transparent way to make money off people experiencing hardship without help. I used to be a proud Angelino and love this city, but actions like this that our local government continue to take make me more and more see that our leadership is blatantly corrupt and biased towards self-interest. We demand that the city decriminalize poverty and repeal all laws that criminalize homelessness, including 4118.
Thank you, Speaker.
Provide housing.
Next caller.
Caller with a phone number ending in 0364, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Lydia, and I would like to speak about the homeless motion.
You have 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. I live a block away from LA Family Housing and Bridge Housing in West Hollywood. I strongly believe it is in the best interest of both the community and members of Bridge Housing for encampments to not be allowed 500 feet from all new shelters or any shelters at all. I have befriended many members of Bridge Housing, and they have the same concerns. Neighbors have been victims of crimes, including myself. A neighbor was stabbed in the back by a homeless man, and then his brother tried breaking into that neighbor's house seeking revenge. Then police officers show up 3 hours later saying they cannot do anything. We realized last year that many of the encampments had assigned to them at Bridge Housing, but they chose to camp out instead because they didn't like rules. These shelters are not going up in white neighborhoods. Therefore, I cannot believe we are asking for so much by asking you to approve this motion. Thank you.
Caller with a phone number ending in 1403, please press star 6. Caller with a phone number ending in 1403, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak.
All items, Mommy, and general comment.
You have 3 minutes and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Mommy, you don't sound like a woman today. Okay. Now let's talk about the airport. Look at that ugly fucking airport managed by Mike Bonin and his tiny little cock. You're doing a horrible, horrible job. Oh my Lord, $9 bottles of water, $33 to park. And what about our taxi drivers, Mr. Koretz? How come they can't go up and pick up their fares during a pandemic? As my friend Ari, the taxi driver, said, you people are a bunch of pricks.
So,
and
Mr.
goat eaters.
Spindler, I don't think you're on items 40 or 45.
But it's the LAX airport, right?
And not everything involving the airport is germane to items 40 and 45. Please get on topic.
Okay, I don't want to be punished. Okay, let's see. 45. Oh, that's a supplemental agenda. Oh, I lost that. Well, I'll go to general public comment.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Please begin.
Why is the mayor trying to grab other men? Why is a cocksuck fest happening at our mayor's mansion? Rick Jacobs, nobody wants to fuck him. The ugliest looking Jew I've ever seen with that scruffy little goat beard. That's why he grabs men and asks for a massage. First, the LAPD covered it up. Read Dan Gus's column Monday, how Eric Garcetti grabbed me. Yes, thank you, Dan. All these years, he's been trying to keep it hidden, but now he must come forward that Eric Garcetti wanted to suck his cock. If you have been abused, if the mayor wanted to suck your cock, call 213-473-7000.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler.
Caller with the phone number ending in 6907, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, hello. My name is Oscar Alberto Dominguez, and I'd like to give general public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hello, I live in District 1. I am 25 years old. I am a youth organizer with the Invest in Youth Coalition. And then today I'm calling in to ask the City Council to support the youth leaders of the Invest in Youth Coalition, along with the Youth Advisory Board and the Youth Development Task Force, to create a standalone youth development department in our city, which is desperately needed, especially during these times. A youth development department would give voice to the youth in our city, especially those who have been left out of the conversation, including youth of color, homeless youth, LGBTQIA2S+ youth, and other youth who have historically been left out and been not served by the city. We also hope that a youth development department could prioritize youth and start changing the priorities of our city budget and reflect that the city is prioritizing youth. And I also just want to reflect that LA is nothing without its youth, so LA must be about the youth and investing them equitably, especially during these times. The youth are watching and listening. I'm also not a
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, members, that concludes a public comment for our regular agenda. So we're going to go ahead and, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on item 1, 39, and 40. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield. Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
And going back to Council Member Blumenfield.
He's out of seat.
Mr. Blumenfield, can you record your vote?
Blumenfield, aye.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, tell you the
12 ayes. These items are adopted.
Let's move on to item 45 that was amended by Mr. Bonin. Mr. Bonin, do you want to speak to this, or can we go ahead and vote on it?
We can just go ahead and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on item 45 as amended. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Aye.
14 ayes. This item is adopted as amended.
Clerk, Cedillo,
Okay,
aye.
let's move on to item number 10. This was called special by Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you.
Cedillo, aye.
For the record, 15 ayes on item 45.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just my remarks on item 10. Colleagues, it's no secret that COVID-19 has caused irreparable financial damage to countless businesses across our districts, the country, and really has caused grievous harm to the LA economy. The necessary actions that this city took to slow the spread, this county and city, to slow the spread of COVID-19, sheltering in place mandating business closures and restricted science-based openings for businesses, although critical to our public health, did result in tremendous financial losses for businesses experiencing declining sales, operational challenges, and intense financial insecurity that we're still living with today. Many small businesses purchased business interruption insurance meant to help cover operating expenses such as payroll, but most policies do not cover government-ordered shutdowns. Well, there is a bill pending to remedy that. Businesses had the expectation that this type of insurance would supplement financial losses like the one we're experiencing now. They're experiencing. Other examples of usage for this insurance include mortgage, rent, lease payments, loan payments, taxes, and employee payroll. Well, the Business Interruption Insurance Coverage Act of 2020 is currently pending in Congress, and if passed, would make insurance coverage available for business interruption losses arising from viral pandemics, forced closures of businesses, mandatory evacuations, and public safety power shutoffs. Businesses need Congress to pass this item to help address the insurance gaps experienced by our local businesses. It's essential that the city support HR 6494 to keep our businesses alive and help our economy recover. In addition, this legislation is supported by chambers across the country, across the city, included in my district, chambers like the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and the Silver Lake Chamber of Commerce. So with that, I urge an aye vote so that all of our businesses across the city know how strongly we support them and we support their employees. And joining everyone to call on Congress to pass meaningful legislation such as HR 6494 to help the backbone of our working class and our mom and pop businesses in order to survive. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on item number 10. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye, sorry.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes, the item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item number 11. This was called special by Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Item 11 is part of, I think, a longer suite of efforts that we've all collectively deployed in calling out the egregious behaviors at the hands of our own government. Our federal government, by the leadership of this presidential administration, has continued to target vulnerable immigrant populations that are simply seeking asylum from environments that they are escaping in their own native homelands. And it doesn't matter what brings you to this country. What matters is that you are welcomed with the open arms that was promised as a result of what this country was founded on. And unfortunately, at the hands of our president and members of the Senate that have been equally complicit in allowing this behavior to occur, we have not only seen the separation of families, but we have discovered the forced hysterectomies amongst women that were under the protection or care, if you will, of ICE. This is absolutely deplorable, inhumane, and frankly, genocidal, if you will, activities at the hands of our own government. It is a means of conducting these they're putting women in deplorable conditions, they're putting children in deplorable conditions, but now engaging in these types of activities, it's not who we are as a country. It is not who we should aspire, this is nothing that we should aspire to ever have occurring in in this time today. We are better than this. This is not who we are. And it is my hope that the female detainees will no longer be subjected to these types of environments. But unfortunately, this has occurred on the watch of this president, of those members of the Senate who have continued to enable and be complicit in these actions. And this motion today is to add what we, again, are continuing to introduce is a series of resolutions seeking support for administrative action that would prohibit these types of activities from occurring any further. And we ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I would certainly add my voice to those that think this is one of the most reprehensible things that we've heard about ICE activities. Certainly in the same vein as what we're seeing with family separations of small children. This is our administration's version of Joseph Mengele. And we're definitely going in a direction that I never would have imagined our country would go. Allowing forced surgeries, for what purpose, I can't imagine, other than possibly the enjoyment of the person doing the surgeries. This definitely harkens back to an evil time in world history, and we should do everything we possibly can to object. And thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item, members. Let's prepare to vote on item number 11.
Yes, Madam President. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Vizcaíno.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Koretz, aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. This item is adopted.
Okay, we're going to
Madam
move on.
President,
Yes?
excuse me, on item number 10, I'm sorry, I was a little slow on the mute button, and I think I was speaking over Mr. Lee when he was voting. I just wanted to make sure that I was recorded as an aye vote on number 10.
Let me verify that, Madam Clerk.
We can record Councilman Krikorian as an aye vote since it doesn't change the outcome of the vote.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And members, we're going to go on a 5-minute recess. Our clerk needs a little bit of time to prepare for our special meeting, special agenda meeting. Thank you. We'll be back in about 5. Okay, members, we're back. Just giving a few members time to log back on. Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and recess our regular meeting and go into our special meeting at this time. I
Yes.
need you to please call the roll.
Yes, Madam President. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin present.
Buscaino.
Here.
Cedillo.
Cedillo here.
De Leon.
Roll call for the special meeting.
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Councilmember De Leon.
Here.
Harris Dawson.
Present.
Koretz.
Here.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Suggest that the,
Martinez.
Present.
remember that this,
O'Farrell.
Mr. Gil Cedillo, can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Sorry about that, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Councilmember O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Wesson is here.
15 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. In light of the council meeting running long, we are going to be postponing ITDS committee to a later date.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to go into public comments.
Madam President, may I just read the items that are on the agenda first?
Yes, go ahead and then read the call-in information as well.
Yes, Madam President. Item number 41 is an item for which public hearing has been held. The committee report for item 41 has been submitted and is available for council's consideration. Items 42 through 44 are items which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Mr. Blumenfield?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to put forward a slight sort of non-substantive change, I guess.
Hold on for just a second, Mr. Blumenfield.
Motion that we have.
Mr. Blumenfield,
Mr.
Blumenfield,
can you hear me?
hold on for just a second. I thought you had a question. Hold on for just a second.
Yes, Madam President.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield, go right ahead.
Okay, just wanted to put forward I guess it's an amendment, but it's just an elimination of subsection D. I've heard a lot of concerns about that section, and it wasn't the intent of, certainly as we wrote it, to expand beyond the three things that we put in the motion. And I know the city attorney didn't intend that either, as you can tell with the report, but in order to remove any concerns about this being expanded beyond shelters and freeways and ADA, if we eliminate section D, subsection D of 1, I think that makes it very clear that this is much more modest and narrow in scope. So that's going to be the...
Okay, thank you.
Council Member Blumenfield, what item are you referring to, sir?
The special agenda item 42.
okay.
Section 140 of.
Thank you, sir. Item 42, and is that a clarification or an amendment, sir?
Well,
It's an amendment. So he needs a second. Is there a second?
The city attorney said it could be I forget the exact term, but it wouldn't count necessarily as an amendment because it's not substantive. It's just removing one section. But if it needs to be an amendment, then it's an amendment.
So,
Mr. City Attorney?
let me pop in. So just, you're talking about item 42. You're talking about, if I understand you correctly, excising subsection D from the proposed ordinance Muni Code section 4118. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that would count as an amendment, so we should have a second. We'll take public comment, right?
Is there a second?
Be happy to second that for.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. And thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for clarifying what I had just said.
Of course.
Any other specials, members, on our special agenda? Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. Also on item number 45, it would actually be in the form of a substitute motion, which my staff will circulate now. It would make 4 actions.
Mr. Bonin, hold on for just a second. You're referring to item 45?
I'm sorry, 42.
Okay, thank you, because 45 was already voted on our regular agenda. So going back, just to for point of clarification, item 42, you have an amendment?
It would be a substitute motion seconded by Mr. Rue, and would say 4 things. 1, I therefore move that the City Council instruct the City Attorney to detail what steps need to be taken and by which agency, body, or person to begin commandeering hotels and motels for use as homeless housing and report back to the Council within 10 days. I further move that the City Council direct LAHSA in consultation with the CAO to develop a plan for a significant expansion of encampment to homes programs, coupled with a significantly scaled up City of Los Angeles master leasing program. Such programs could use a coordinated, concentrated, services-based approach to rapidly house residents of an entire encampment simultaneously through readily available master leased units. The report should include cost and staffing estimates and consider federal grants, COVID relief funds, state and county assistance, and reprogramming from other efforts. The third is I further move that the council request that LAHSA detail within 10 days what is prohibiting the development and use of a broadly accessible app that would provide real-time information on available housing and shelter beds and how to access them, and detail the resources required to develop such an app. And the final moving clause would be that the City Council requests that U.S. District Court Judge David O. Carter facilitate a settlement agreement between the City of Los Angeles, County of Los Angeles, unhoused residents and their advocates, the Alliance for Human Rights, and other parties as appropriate, similar to the settlement agreement he brokered in Orange County Catholic Worker et al. Versus Orange County, City of Costa Mesa, City of Anaheim, and City of Orange, which led to the housing of thousands of unhoused residents and left public rights of way free of encampments without a single arrest. And Mr. Rue is the second on that.
Mr. Rue, can you confirm that you're a second on this substitute motion?
Yes, I confirm I'm a second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonin. Can you circulate that as well?
Yes, that'll happen right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other specials, members, before we take public comment? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please, is there any additional instructions you want to read?
No, Madam President. Would you like me to read the phone number for the calls? Okay. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer a public comment should call area code 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press the pound key. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number being called out, press *6. Let me repeat, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466. Press pound again for participant ID. Finally, when you hear the last 4 digits of your phone number being called out, press *6.
So just to repeat, for members of the public calling in, please let us know which agenda items you'd like to speak on. There are exactly 4 items that are available to speak on: 41, 42, 43, and 44. Because this is a special meeting, there is no general public comment. So when you hear us identify your phone number, please press *6. Tell us which items you'd like to speak on. You have up to 3 minutes total. You have to be on topic. And again, there's no general public comment. And finally, as a last reminder, remember to turn down the volume on your other devices so that we don't get feedback or confusion with the time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and start with the first caller.
Caller with a phone number ending in 1885, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Anna Vainberg. I'm calling regarding the 6th district, the Bridge Home, where you can't have homeless within 500 feet of the new Bridge Home A. And so we have a business here. We've been here for 25 years, and in the last few years, the homeless situation's gotten really out of control. None of our employees can park. There's trash everywhere. We've had ant infestation, rat infestation. There's just people passed out in the streets, shooting up heroin and all kinds of alcohol everywhere. Our employees have to walk on the side of on the actual street with cars because we can't walk on the sidewalks. They're all filled with tents and garbage. Some of them are taller than me, the mountains of garbage we have here. Nuna Martinez's office has been really good with working with me to clean some of the areas here in the recent times. But it's just, we can't conduct business. They throw all their trash on the street. We can't park. They're taking up all our parking spaces. We sometimes have to walk for blocks and blocks just to get to work in the morning. And then we're risking.
Thank you, Speaker. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number 4213, please press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 4213, please press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 4213, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Caller, please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Pilar Schiavo. I'd like to speak on all items.
So you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Pilar Schiavo. I'm representing California Nurses Association to strongly oppose item 42 and any attempts to criminalize and terrorize unhoused neighbors. Nurses want to send a very clear message that in the middle of a global pandemic and a possible evictions of 365,000 Angelenos on the horizon, that the priority in policymaking needs to be to protect public health and housing first. Item 42 not only doesn't do that, it does the opposite. It pushes people away from spaces where they can receive services, safety, and it seeks to criminalize as a solution to homelessness, which we know it is not. It violates CDC guidelines. This is a failed strategy that both LA and San Francisco have tried before, and we all know that neither cities have solved homelessness with this. And we don't need to the failure of safer cities resurrected. Furthermore, CNA has taken a strong position in support of the Black Lives Matter movement and funding healthcare, housing, mental health, and services over policing and incarceration. Again, item 42 does the opposite. We know that Black Angelenos are disproportionately impacted by homelessness and criminalization. Criminalization of homelessness throughout the city puts public health in danger by breaking service connections and traumatizing unhoused neighbors with police, which can lead to incarceration. Filling jails and ballooning police budgets and expanding their powers should not be considered housing solutions, especially when you're facing the budget deficit of up to $600 million. This is fiscally irresponsible. The shocking record of 1,000 deaths in 2019 has already been surpassed in 2020, and the rains and winter nights are coming, and we know more lives will be lost. Items on the agenda that push people out of living in cars and RVs and onto streets are unbelievably short-sighted and will only result in endangering more Angelenos' lives who are experiencing homelessness, forcing them into unsheltered living and the harsh environment. We look to the City Council and the City Attorney to spend time and energy on finding real solutions to homelessness and not playing politics with people's lives. We urge a no vote on item 42. Work on real solutions because Angelenos' lives are very much on the line. Thank you.
Next caller.
Caller with a phone number ending in 2348, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Can I have a Spanish translator, please?
Hello, ¿necesita traducción?
Sí, por favor, sí.
Sí, aquí está la traductora. Por favor, comience.
Ok, mi nombre es Rafaela Gómez. Estoy con el Distrito 9. Yo estoy llamando acerca de los indigentes. Tenemos un problema muy grande en nuestra comunidad. Yo entiendo que es un problema grande de indigentes, pero esta gente que nosotros tenemos aquí enfrente son 2 trailers, tienen ya de 4 a 5 años, son una familia de papás. Son 3 hijas grandes que ya perdieron sus hijos, se los quitaron porque son problemáticos. Nosotros ya hemos llamado mucho a la policía, no les hace nada. Ya el Distrito 9 nos ha ayudado bastante, venir a limpiar. Tiene las banquetas llenas de todas las bicicletas que se roban. Tienen todo lleno de cosas que roban todas las noches. Ellos están despiertos todas las noches. Esta gente que los defiende tanto, ¿por qué no se los lleva a su casa? O que se los lleven a su área donde viven ellos para que vean lo frustrante que es. La policía no les da ticket, nosotros nos parqueamos en un lugar inapropiado y nos ponen ticket luego. ¿Cómo puede ser que ellos que dan tanto problema tengan más privilegios que nosotros? Eso no puede ser.
Caller with the phone number ending in 6126, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Eli Henry. I'm in Council District 1. I'd like to speak on item 42.
You have 1 minute.
Item 42 is cruel and ineffective. To believe that making it illegal to sleep, sit, rely within 500 feet of service facilities would encourage folks to stay in those facilities is to completely misunderstand the realities of their situations. Some folks carry all their possessions to a shelter only to find that it's full. What then for them? You want them to drag all this stuff an arbitrary 500 feet away for what purpose? Because it makes you uncomfortable to see them there? And what about if it passes? The next law you'll pass will move them another 500 feet away because, you won't like where they wind up next. Look, I was raised to believe that nobody does anything cruel on purpose, that they genuinely think they're doing something good, and maybe that's naive. But if you truly want to help the Angelenos who are on the streets, then the answer is simple. You give them homes. It's cheaper, it's compassionate, and it works. And I encourage you to imagine the realities of being unhoused in Los Angeles and create policy from there, not from trying to appease your wealthy constituents who look at the people on the streets with disgust and not empathy. I encourage the council to use Councilmember Bonin's substitute motion. It's far better, and it is not cruel. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 3590, please press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 3590, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Alicia. I want to speak on item number 42.
You have
I
1
live
minute.
in the area. Oh, go ahead.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. I live in the area of Sun Valley for 7 years. In the past 2 years, the homeless encampment has grown immensely. All the garbage, all the trash, all the fires along the 5 freeway, explosions. Few of the houses on the end of our street almost caught on fire because of this. They need to get off the street. I understand that they have drug problems, mental problems, and they do need to seek services. But leaving them on the street and letting them take control of the streets is not a solution. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 8843, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 8843, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi to everybody. My name is Ori, and I live in Council District 9. I'm here to say that homelessness is a huge problem in our community. It's an statement. For far too long, we have been pleading for sound and fair solutions to this humanitarian crisis. And while Council Member Curran Price and his staff have made a very great effort in trying to meet our request, but for us, you know, as neighbors here, I'm speaking on behalf of almost 60 families here. And it's very, very, you know, annoying living in this area. They are awake all night long. They on bikes. They, you know, they really have a very, very noisy activities at night. You know, we hear screaming. The other day, you know, one of them came and vomited right in front of my house in the driveway. And with this pandemic, you know, I think we need, you know, our authorities to do something in regards to this, you know, and then.
Caller with the phone number ending in 4448, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Freed. I'd like to speak on all available items.
You have 3 minutes.
I'll start with a quote. The psychological importance of a planned campaign against the nuisance of begging should not be underestimated. Beggars often force their poverty upon people in the most repulsive way for their own selfish purposes. If this site disappears from the views of foreigners as well, the result will be a definite feeling of relief and liberation. People will feel that things are becoming more stable again and that the economy is once again improving. A successful action against the nuisance of begging can have an important propaganda benefit for the struggle against cold and hunger. Once the land has been freed from the nuisance of beggars, we can justifiably appeal to the property classes to give all the more generously to the winter aid program. These were words issued by Nazi Germany's Ministry of Propaganda in 1933. LA Municipal Codes 4118 and 5611 are even more so with their proposed amendments, bear a disturbing resemblance in ethos and practice to the propaganda and policy of the Nazi Party. The amendments are an act of violence against the poor and homeless, void of compassion and empathy, and blatantly in the interest of compounding the wealth and comfort of the opulent. I demand that the City Council and the Mayor's office invest their time and legislative power in programs which immediately help and dignify our unhoused communities while they are on the streets, and take concrete steps in providing transitional and permanent housing opportunities which meet a much higher standard than the current living situation in the shelters and the ABH facilities. Oppose the motion to instruct the city attorney to draft amendments to LA Municipal Codes 4118 and 5611, and reject the further ratification of second-class citizenship.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Next caller.
Yeah, well, that's right. So Bonin, we haven't voted on Butterfields, right?
Caller with the phone number ending in 4843, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ana Vasquez, and I'm calling on item 42 for the general public comment.
Item 42, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Yes. Hi. I live in the Council District 9, and I greatly support all these measures that are taking into our council. For the past 4 to 5 years, we've been facing severe impact on homelessness, and we deal with the horrible smell of urine and feces on our sewers and on our sidewalks, and a lot of trash as well. And all this enables the children and elderly to walk through from and home, having to walk through the streets, and they're putting their lives in danger as being struck by a vehicle. We also experienced 2 homicides in our neighborhood due to the home theft and drug dealing. We reached over to our council district, and I got greatly thank Denise from our council district that she tries to do as much as she can. But I know that there's current laws that protect the homeless, and it's not fair that the homeowners can do anything to be heard while they have more rights than homeowners. We need resources that can help them keep out of our streets and causing these problems. You know, our streets are infested with rats and roaches, and I know sanitation could only do so much. We call them on a daily basis, and we just get
Thank you, Speaker. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5576, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 5576, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 5576, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 0445, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, my name is Miss Bennett. I would like to speak on all available items.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to speak on all the available items. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for allowing me this time to share on this platform. My main concern, though, is item 42. And so I need to say that I moved to District 9 about 6 months ago because of a revitalization program called the Good Neighbor Next Door. And so I'm an elementary school teacher, so I was able to purchase a home. Now, Price and his staff, they have been wonderful. They have been diligent in trying to meet the demands of the community, but really it's not enough. And so from my experience living on Grand and 54th, it's been a challenge. We experienced 3 to 4 fires, violent fires a week. If you step outside the front door, it feels like an oven. Someone spoke on the rat infestation, and the rats are, after dark, they're running around in the streets like it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and they hang out in my backyard like they're my pets. And so the streets are totally cluttered. We know that already. But for me, I'm getting biohazardous waste thrown in my backyard, things such as needles and blades and desiccation. And so I'm not as fortunate like the city. They have hazardous suits that they can put on, but I don't have that when it comes to cleaning up. And so I support the homeless too, and I'm an advocate, but I feel like we need to find some homes, some rooms for them to be housed in, because them being on the street is not a solution. So I'm asking for the community members, I'm urging you guys to please support us in this new policy. Thank you.
Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5436, please press star 6.
Hello?
Please state your name.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, this is James in CD12. I'd like to speak on all items.
So you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay. The proposed amendments to Los Angeles Municipal Code 4118 and 5611 are sadistic and cruel, and the opposite of what people in this city want you to do to address the homelessness crisis that you feckless clowns have made exponentially worse while lining your pockets with campaign contributions. This ordinance criminalizes poverty. That's it. That's its sole purpose. It does nothing to address poverty. It does nothing to end homelessness. It does nothing to get unhoused people into housing. This entire ordinance will end up being yet another way this council all of whom have taken massive bribes from the LAPD union, will funnel money to law enforcement. By the way, who were on display last night beating and maiming people celebrating the Dodgers' victory. It's remarkable that you have complained that your hands are tied when it comes to rent forgiveness, eviction moratoriums, police accountability, additional bridge housing sites. But when you have an opportunity to criminalize and punish poverty, to make the mere existence of homelessness a crime, you are able to move mountains to move an ordinance through this council in less than 2 weeks. And if you think we didn't notice that you intentionally tried to get people to drop off this call by waiting 3 hours for the public comment period, you are gravely mistaken. It's almost like you cowards have a ton of power, but only choose to use it to punish the most vulnerable and reward your villainous NIMBY supporters and law enforcement paymasters. To be honest, hearing Councilwoman Rodriguez decry the Trump administration for inhumanity as she's one of the presenters of this motion was the peak of hypocrisy, just a total shameless embarrassment. I expect this kind of motion, of course, from Staffer B in my district. We've all seen the videos of him drunk at Malibu Wine, slurring while he fearmongers about the unhoused, using Trumpian language. I expect it, of course, from Councilwoman Rodriguez, who's taken over $100,000 in bribes from the LAPPL. But for the rest of you, this is even beyond the pale. And as that last caller showed you, this is basically just Nazi propaganda. And you're hiding behind the ADA, which is also shameful. City Attorney Fjord, this ordinance is absolutely horrific. You're a total disgrace, as was your barefoot appearance where you lied to protesters about the intentions of this ordinance. Shameful, all of you. Councilman Bonin's amended motion is clearly the superior decision here. And I hope that instead of this Gestapo-like tactic to criminalize poverty and the unhoused, you will instead vote for Bonin's action. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 7072, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, my name is Norma Chavez, and I'd like to speak on item 42.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I live in the area of CD6, and I urge you to pass this motion that makes homeless encampments illegal in freeway overpasses and around new shelters. It doesn't criminalize them. It just has them move to a place that is open and waiting for them. It's a shame that if they already live close to a new shelter, why would they stay outside? Why not go in when the bedding is available? And also in the freeways, it makes it very dangerous for everybody, not just for the people who are driving along the freeways, but for the homeless themselves, because we have strong winds coming right now, and there might be rains pretty soon, and all the trash that they have collected is going to end up in the freeway. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Caller with the phone number ending in 3590, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 3590, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 3590, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 0057, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Madeline, and I would like to speak on all items, especially item 42.
You have 3 minutes to speak on all items. Go ahead.
To say that homelessness is a massive problem in our community is a true understatement. I manage the office at a business that's been operating for over 20 years in Council District 9. For many years, our business has experienced extreme difficulties with the homeless and displaced population. Encampments have become a permanent fixture in our community. There's no longer just tents, it's little makeshift houses, broken down RVs, and tents that span entire city blocks with no access to the public right of way. The encampments are often the first thing I have to deal with on my way to work. They block driveways and public right of way, making it impossible for our business to load and unload merchandise, impossible to operate our day to day. The encampments steal power and water, they start fires, relieve themselves in the streets, and much worse. We need to do something. We can't keep allowing people to just set up residence wherever they feel like it for as long as they want. The sidewalk shouldn't be considered home for weeks, months, years in some instances. We've been victims of vandalism, theft, and arson. There's been fire damage caused by electrical theft, one of which destroyed an entire encampment and destroyed all of the encampment residents' belongings, leaving them with nothing. It burned for almost an hour and nearly reached our offices. The fire crew had extreme difficulty extinguishing the fire because the closest hydrant was damaged from encampment stealing water from it. Our business was broken into and burglarized as recently as this last Sunday, the 25th. Merchandise was stolen and there was damage to our property. Moreover, this wasn't even close to the first incident. During a break-in last year, not only was merchandise stolen, but they made a huge hole in our roof. We've had rocks thrown over our fence, damaging an employee's vehicle, which of course we've paid for. In another instance, an employee's car battery was stolen. We had to replace it. And all of these instances could have been avoided if people were not allowed to camp in the public right-of-way. These encampments invite crime and insidious activities. Last year, I had to start taking a new route on my way to work in the morning because there was a man who would openly masturbate and do drugs in the street. I then had to walk into the street on the new route, passing an encampment that blocked the right-of-way and reeked of human waste. And now with COVID, I don't trust the neighborhood safety at all. I've been in contact with the city council and city services for years. In the last few months, I've been closer contact with hopes of finding a solution to the ongoing problem that has only worsened over the last year. We need to find a way to get people to accept the resources they're offered. Allowing the homeless to camp wherever they want is not working. The encampments refuse city services provided to them. There are bridge homes. There are shelters. There are essential resources like water, showers, bathrooms.
Next speaker.
Caller with a phone number ending in 3574, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Amy, and I live in Council 9. I'm in Sun Valley, very close to the 5 freeway. We're getting really tired of this homelessness. They're overly aggressive.
Hold on for just a second. Caller, what items do you want to speak on?
42, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. The homelessness problem near Lancashire and Tuxford is getting out of control. I actually have homeless people walking into our neighborhood, breaking into our cars. I actually have a woman who was washing her ass on my front lawn, and they leave my water on. I'm having to invest in a whole gating system for my house. You come off the off-ramp from 5 North on Lancashire, and you're hitting shopping carts with your car. They caused a fire that was near a business that held dangerous chemicals. This is just out of hand. Our property taxes were meant to provide resources for these people, and they refuse to take them. The bridge under Lancashire is absolutely, there's no way you can even walk on the sidewalk. We used to be able to walk or ride our bikes along there. It's completely disgusting. I mean, nearly to the roof of the top of the overpass. It's disgusting. Something has to be done. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Speaker. Next caller.
Situation.
Caller with the phone number ending in 8713, please press *6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, my name is Norma Pacab, and I'd like to make a general comment on all items.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to speak on all items. Go ahead.
Hello. Again, my name is Norma Pacab, and I'm a resident from the San Fernando Valley, Arleta area. I'm calling to speak on all items, but specifically on item number 42. I'm calling to urge all council members to please approve the motion to allow the cleanup for these homeless encampments. Lately, more than ever, I'm sure everybody that has driven into the valley has noticed that these freeways look disgusting. They're filled with immense amount of garbage. They actually look like if we live in Tijuana or a third world country and not this beautiful city. The trash and filth is everywhere, and it's not just embarrassing because it's a beautiful city, but I'm also can imagine that it's a health hazard for everyone, including the homeless that live in it and us community members that are around it. I live in a block where there's an encampment at the end of the block, and it's as unfortunate as it is for the homeless people, which my heart goes out to, it is also unfortunate and unfair to my neighbors, the community members in this community, my family, and myself. On a personal level, my family has suffered having these encampments, and it affects our quality of life. People talk about the rodents. Let me tell you, there are rodents, and they're running behind on our backyards, going into our homes, and now we have an infestation with roaches as well. There's an incredible amount of garbage everywhere, and something has to be done. We can't just protect the homeless. As unfortunate as it is, it's a problem that needs to be resolved, and we community members shouldn't be punished because we're trying to do our best. We no longer feel safe to walk in our community because there are people that have, yes, mental health issues, but these cannot be ignored. Please, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 3347, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 3347, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yeah, my name is Zach. I'd like to speak on all items.
You have 3 minutes to speak on all items. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to start with item number 41. First, I'd like to ask you to reconsider maybe not criminalizing protesters even more. You've already criminalized protesters for having shields and protective equipment at protests. I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but the reason why people need shields at protests is because the cops shoot at them. The less lethal rounds, which are called lethal because they are still capable of being lethal, especially when you shoot them directly at people, which you're not supposed to be doing, are supposed to be actually shot ricocheting off the ground, which most cops, when I ask them, don't seem to be aware of that these foam rounds, these massive caliber rounds, are supposed to be bouncing off the ground, not shooting directly at people. If you guys are so worried about laser pointers and eyes, you know, it's also really bad. It's foam bullets directly into the eye of someone. A dude got his eye exploded at the Lakers, after the Lakers celebration last week, and God knows what we're going to hear about what happened after everything last night. Next, I want to talk about number 42, your absurdly cruel bill to criminalize people for being unhoused. First off, it's wicked short-sighted because you guys aren't really thinking this through. If they're not allowed to be within, like, the general area of a shelter or an overpass or an interstate or a tunnel, well, all of that, it crosses over all the poor areas thanks to redlining. So all you're going to do is push the unhoused that some people apparently hate even having to see even further into the neighborhoods away from the freeway. We're not going to be like, we're talking like further over into like North Hollywood and into like the nice parts of like WeHo. That's where the freeways aren't. Also, if you're getting sick of seeing people, we all are getting sick of seeing people living in tents out on the street because they shouldn't have to, because we have hotels that are going out of business because they have all these empty rooms. And we have condos being built with corrupt money where one of your former government, we have empty condos that they built and along with many others, in the JW Marriott downtown, we have all these empty places. Put people in there. Put them in there. We can't put them in shelters where they're all together and breathing all of the same air. You guys said it yourself when you made us sit through 2 hours of listening about how dangerous it would be to send kids back to school, which is dangerous, yes. Don't do that to the unhoused either. You're not doing anybody any favors. You're pissing off the rich people by making them look at poor people, God forbid, and you're pissing off everybody else who hates to see human suffering, and you're making unhoused people suffer. Put them into the hotel room. Take them if you have to, and then when they start complaining, pay them money so they shut up. If you don't know where the money is, we've been telling you this all summer. Take it from the cops. Just take it.
Thank you, Speaker. Next caller.
Caller with a phone number ending in 4095, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Shelley DeSoto. I'd like to speak on item 42.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is the first time I've called in to make public comment. I don't work for the advocacy groups that usually call in here, but I'm very concerned about this motion. I'm encouraged that you remove the subsection D, that doesn't go far enough. Y también estoy muy desanimado por los comentaristas que piensan que esta es una solución razonable, es inhumano, con poca visión de futuro. I'm a business owner and a homeowner. I use sidewalks and I'm frustrated too, but this motion is not the answer. I really want to believe that some of you want measured solutions, but you're trying to rationalize things that don't make sense, while activists with real solutions are literally screaming at you with the right answers. Please listen to them. Give people without homes places to be. Don't take them away. Move money from the police budget to hotel rooms and services, and do it with the same urgency as you have steamrolling this motion. And please consider Councilmember Bonin's substitute motion. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5168, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 5168, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Caller, please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Next caller.
Caller with the phone number ending in 0446, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Fred Simov. I'd like to talk about all items except 42.
Okay, you can go. You have 3 minutes to speak on all the items. Go ahead.
I have a business next to the 5 freeway, and there is an alley between our business, which is a gas station, and the freeway. And over the past 6-7 years, we have had an encampment next to the gas station. And I understand not criminalizing the homeless, but if they do criminal things, it should be stopped and it should be corrected. We have had so many problems. They come into our business, they steal things, they go to the bathroom, stay for an hour. They come and beg all the customers. The other day, they came into my business trying to steal something, and my employee tried to stop them, and they spit on her face. We had to send her to get a COVID test. They come and they defecate in the property. They just, they bother the customers and the public so much. I can't walk through that alley because there's prostitution happening. drug use, there's needles on the floor. The people who live behind the building, they cannot walk through that alley to go to their businesses, to go to their work. The kids cannot walk through that. I myself am scared to walk through that alley. And every time it's been a cleanup, the next day they come back. There needs to be a solution, and if they do a criminal act, the police needs to show up and arrest them. Every time we call the police when something like that happens, they don't show up for three hours, and by that time, the people have disappeared. So it's a very frustrating problem, and I encourage the council members to adopt this and do something about this problem. This is a huge problem for the business, and it's not healthy, and it's also damaging a lot of people in the area. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 0565, please press star 6. Caller with the phone number ending in 0565, please press star 6. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Sí, hola, mi nombre es Ali. Voy a hablar del número 42.
I want to talk about item 42.
¿Necesita traductor?
Sí, por favor.
Okay, un momentito. We have our translator.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Puede comenzar.
Ok, perfecto. Me he movido de hace 9
I
años aquí en la
moved
ciudad de
9
Arrieta.
years ago here in
Tengo
Arrieta.
una familia, tengo 2 niñas.
And I have 2
Cada
kids.
cierto tiempo salimos a caminar
And
mis perros
we
en el,
go
en el
to walk our dogs
neighborhood.
in the neighborhood.
Y hay ocasiones que nos hemos
And
topado
in
con
some
personas
occasions
que a
we
veces están
run
haciendo
into
sexo,
some
que son
people that are
personas sin
having
hogar.
sex. They are
Personas,
homeless.
nos hemos topado con personas
We
que salen a las
run
calles
into
desnudos
these people that are
y
naked in the street.
desgraciadamente mis
And
hijas a
unfortunately,
veces tienen que presenciar eso.
my kids had
Les
to
pido,
look at this.
por favor,
So
que
please,
hagan
I
algo
beg you
acerca de esas personas que no
that
tienen hogares.
you may do something with
Se
these people that are
supone que
homeless.
les han brindado ustedes la
So,
ayuda, pero ellos no quieren.
I
Por
sense that you are
favor,
trying to give them help, but they don't
debe
want
de
to
haber
receive it.
otra solución
There must be some other
para
kind of
que no siga
solution
pasando eso
so
y
this
pueda uno
won't
disfrutar
happen anymore
de nuestro neighborhood
in
y
our
poder
neighborhood,
estar tranquilos sin
and we can be
que mis hijos o
with
otros
our
niños
kids
presencien
and with
esos
other
tipos de
kids
cosas.
that they don't have to be seeing this kind of stuff. Thank you.
Okay, members, that concludes public comment for our special meeting. Madam Clerk, what are the available items?
The available items are
vote on?
41, 43, and 44. And would council like all items on the special agenda to go forthwith today?
Yes, that's without objection. Go ahead and repeat the items that are available to vote.
Those are 41, 43, and 44, Madam President.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on those items. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin,
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino,
Aye.
Cedillo,
Cedillo, aye.
De Leon,
Aye.
Harris Dawson,
Yes.
Koretz,
Aye.
Krikorian,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
O'Farrell,
Aye.
Price,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Aye.
Rue,
Yes.
Weston.
Aye.
15 ayes. These items are adopted.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item 42. So we need a few minutes just to allow some of our attorneys and departments into our meeting. So just give us about a minute.
That's for the Spanish speaking, and the rest is fine like this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, just confirming, we've got Valerie. Can you hear us, Valerie? Valerie Fields from the City Attorney's Office.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and, Mr. Blumenfield, you want to speak to this issue, to this item 41? I'm sorry, 42.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to speak to the issue as amended with removing of subsection D. And I want to speak to some of the callers who called in directly, because I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. I heard people calling in support of this motion, saying, because they want to see cleanups of encampments in all these different places around the city. Well, this doesn't do that. So I want to, sorry to disappoint the folks who are calling, some of the folks who are calling in support. It doesn't do that. Also, I want to speak to folks who are calling in opposition, who are saying that they're opposing it because it's criminalizing homelessness and removing the focus away from housing. Well, it doesn't do that either. This is a very narrow motion, the way I see it. In fact, it is a way to incentivize more housing, because right now we are trying to get shelters put up. I've got a massive effort in my district where we've got cabin communities coming in, and we're working on our homeless roadmap plan, and I know all the other districts are as well. But in order to make it effective, having a 500-foot buffer from the edge of one of these new services will make a big difference. Because if we don't have it, it's going to be a heck of a lot harder after I get the one done and behind my office to get another one done that we've got scheduled to get done on the Orange Line by off of Topham, or the next one that we're doing, et cetera, et cetera. We're talking, we want these places to be good for the people inside, because we are concentrating homeless folks, getting them off the street from the proximate area and bringing them into these shelters. That's the focus. The focus should be about housing. And I am all for that. And I'm trying to go on all cylinders to create more housing in the district. I don't think that having a minor buffer of 500 feet is going to cause a big problem in terms of making homelessness, is going to be a big problem for the homeless. It's going to be a good thing for the neighbors. It's going to be a good thing for the people who live there. And then the second part of this, there's only three aspects. The second aspect has to do with the freeways. And under the Judge Carter and the case before us, we have got to get those freeways cleared, and we have to get everyone under those freeways into housing. And it can be done. For the last several weeks, we have been on an intensive pilot program in my district. We're working with LA Family Housing, and they've done miracles. Without any police or enforcement intervention, we have gotten everyone, 60 people, housed into some form of housing, whether that's rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, temporary housing. We have been working around the clock. And as of yesterday, we finally got all of those freeways cleared. But the judge has said very clearly, we have to do that and then keep them cleared. Right now, we don't have the authority, or we have questionable authority in order to do that. And so this just clarifies that once we have cleared it, we can then do a resolution that would allow us to keep those sensitive passageways clear. And speaking for the passageways in my district, they are extremely sensitive uses. We have, it's the 101 separates a large residential area from critical services and the commercial corridor of Ventura Boulevard, with schools and houses of worship and grocery. And if you can't get through one of those corridors, in some cases, you've got to go 1.5 miles. Other cases, it's 0.6 of a mile. You've got to go your way to get there. And that's what we were seeing prior to us doing this massive pilot where we got everybody housed. Folks, kids were having to walk in the middle of the street. Elderly were walking in the street every other day. I know of somebody who was forced to walk in the street because the tents were taking up the entire sidewalk. This is a very modest bill before us, because it's saying, once we have cleared it, then we can have a resolution to allow that area to be off limits. I think that that's reasonable. We as a city have the right, and I would say the obligation, to keep certain sensitive corridors passable and free of sitting, sleeping, and lying. We're not talking about taking massive sections of the city and doing that to it. We're talking about very discrete areas. So there's three aspects. There's ADA, which is basically existing law and repeating existing law. There's the freeway underpasses, which we've got to do for the Judge Carter settlement. And then third, there is the shelters. When we put in a new shelter, we need to have that shelter look like a shelter that is part of the community. And we want those the formerly unhoused neighbors that are now neighbors to the folks who are living there to feel good about it and have something that looks good, not have tents propped up against it. We want them to, it's not healthy for the people living there or the people around there. So I think, bottom line, these are three modest things. The substitute amendment that my colleague, Mr. Bonnet, has offered, there's on there. And I would love to work with you on those ideas as a separate motion. But to make it a substitute motion is just basically trying to kill this motion that's in front of us. And I don't think it should be killed. I think we have the right to do the right and the obligation to keep sensitive corridors clear and to have our shelters have a buffer zone of 500 feet. So with that, I ask for us to move forward on this, and I urge your support of this modest motion.
Mr. Koretz?
Madam President, could I ask that you, I hear the sound going down. I was going to say, if it continues, there's a loud noise outside, so I'd maybe ask to be skipped, but for this moment, it's working. First of all, I'd like to say I have a lot of concerns about this entire measure. First is the element that says there's no sitting, lying, sleeping, or storing belongings in violation of the ADA, or, and this is important, within 10 feet of any operational or utilizable entrance, exit, driveway, or loading dock. This makes it not unlike the proposed ordinance from last winter that effectively would have banned the homeless from most commercial areas and many residential, and seems like likely litigation bait. Second is no camping within 500 feet of existing housing, shelter, services, or safe parking for the homeless. This seems pretty broad and would, I'm sure, be challenged and also be litigation bait. Third is the no camping within 500 feet of a freeway that we've discussed. This seems like the most legitimate part of it, although it's not entirely clear to me whether it's necessary, and perhaps the city attorney could address this, whether or not Judge Carter ordering us to do so would not cover us in terms of being able to remove folks that absolutely resist any kind of shelter offer and to avoid people coming back into that zone. So I'd be open to seeing that worked if it's actually necessary. If not, I just assume it was done through whatever order we have from the judge. Fourth is no camping on a public right-of-way after being offered shelter. And this purports to comply with Boise, but may be construed as overly broad because of the way it so dramatically eliminates options for people experiencing homelessness who may have legitimate and appropriate reasons for declining a specific offer of shelter that's offered to them, such as having to give up their pets, which I think has been brought up earlier by Mr. Gus and actually is a reasonable point. Fifth is establishing a right to clear bulky items, except tents, from the right-of-way. And this would address the question of people constructing wooden shacks on sidewalks, but it also contains a proviso that can't be enforced right now because of a preliminary injunction connected with Garcia versus City of LA. And at the end of the day, if we are allowed to push homeless people out of encampments, which we know is a bad idea in terms of COVID, and is really an offsetting consideration for the judge to consider as well in terms of forcing encampments out of a certain area and mixing with other encampments where COVID is likely to spread. I'm not sure if any of it really accomplishes much. We do have problem encampments. We can move them a couple blocks, and then the people who are having to deal with the encampments most directly will be happier, and then we'll have pushed the problem to a different part of a neighborhood. I'm not sure whether that really accomplishes much. Just on first blush, looking at Mr. Bonin's proposal and thinking of my own thoughts, one of the things that has bothered me for a lengthy period of time in dealing with the homeless is we seem to be working in opposition to the advocates, and they seem to be working in opposition to us. I think we would do better if we found a way to actually work with them cooperatively and deal with this as a common enemy that we need to defeat, being homelessness. And could we do things like having an all-day policy session or a study session where we meet with the advocates and they each propose whatever solutions they have, and we have a dialogue back and forth. And could we try and get on the same page? Not from a legal perspective, but otherwise. How do we actually solve what seems like an almost unsolvable problem? And how are we going to move people is a big question. If we decided to do all of this, who's going to do the moving? If we literally are moving hundreds, if not thousands of people in encampments, are we having the LAPD do it? While we're in a process of saying, well, they shouldn't have to do a lot of things that seem not to be in their purview, suddenly we'll be giving them a gigantic additional task, which the community probably doesn't want them to do. They probably don't want to do. And again, with COVID, I'm sure our public health people don't want us to do. So there are a lot of questions. Certainly getting everybody on the same page is one. Another area, by the way, where we're not on the same page is with the county. And we know county supervisors, some of them have been on our city council. It's not like they're unaware of our problems, yet they seem not to be willing to pick up their share of the issues. So could we have a joint meeting with them? Whether it be an open session or a closed session, our attorneys could tell us, but we need to have a dialogue directly with the members of the Board of Supervisors, because I don't believe the board is making a concrete decision not to fund LA City's homeless as much as it is. I think if we had a face-to-face dialogue with them, or as close as we can on Zoom, I think it would make a significant difference. So just a few thoughts. I think we need to get everybody concerned with this issue rowing in the same direction, and not have the judge in one direction and advocates in another, and the county in another direction and LA City in another. I would take the first step by taking a close look at Mr. Bonin's substitute motion.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues, for the attention this afternoon. Let me start by saying that I think there is unanimous agreement on one thing, and that is that the status quo is absolutely unacceptable. Where I think there is disagreement is on whether or not using the strategy that led us to the status quo is acceptable. I do not think that it is. Having encampments all around the city, tens of thousands of people living on our sidewalks, over 1,000 of them dying every year, is absolutely unacceptable. And I actually do not have a philosophical objection to the concept of saying that you cannot sit, lie, or sleep on a public right-of-way as long as there is an alternative resource available. My problem with the proposed ordinance before us, Mr. Feuer's very draconian proposal, or the modified one from Mr. Blumenfield, is that both of them assume the existence of the alternative resources, which are just frankly not there yet. They simply do not exist. I'm confused by one thing. While I support the striking of the universal application in the subsection D, I note that that's the only section that mentions an offer of shelter. So either we are, for everything else that this prohibits, every area this prohibits camping in, there is not a requirement for an offer of shelter. I don't know if that's how it is meant to be, but that's currently how it reads. But if it does include an offer of shelter, which I think is a concept that a lot of folks think makes sense, if you're offered shelter, then we should be able to prohibit the use of the sidewalks for living. It presumes the existence of a system that does not exist. We do not, at the moment, have identified or tangible or existing housing resources. The city's doing a little bit better than we have historically, and everybody here is making efforts, but those sources do not exist yet. There are people living on the street who want a place to go, and we don't have a place to put them. There are a lot of our existing shelters, our bridge shelters, which have a geographic barrier to entry that you can't be from outside of that area. Many of them restrict walk-ins and have all sort of admittance criteria. The housing resource that is sort of that this is premised upon does not exist. It also isn't very clear that what we're talking about is appropriate housing placements. When we say an offer of shelter, that sounds like, and absent any specific language to the contrary, one size fits all. Are we going to tell a woman on the streets who's a survivor of domestic violence that the only way she can not get cited is that she needs to move or go into a big dormitory-style co-ed shelter? Are we going to tell families they need to go into shelters with a single adult population? There are different types of shelters, and we need to be, in making any sort of offer, making sure that we're talking about appropriate housing placements, and ones that are not just a night, but are substantial enough to help people stabilize and develop a housing plan. We also don't have a way, even if we were going to do this, we don't have a way to offer an available bed to people. There is no database right now, there is no database right now that can tell people in real time, whoever is administering this, whoever is speaking to somebody within 500 feet of a freeway, that an available bed exists. That system does not exist, and we can't proceed until there is a system like that. And it also needs to be a commitment that housing, shelter, or services will actually be provided, not just that they're offered. There are many places that may have an available bed, but as I said, there may be restrictions on entry. We have to make sure that people actually get there. We have to be able to bring them there. And I think it's very, very important that it not be LAPD that does that. That we need to have the system of transporting people there, and the offer of housing should be done by an actual caseworker, not an enforcement authority. In Orange County, I read the settlement that they did in Orange County. I read it yesterday. The protocol they established with the input of unhoused residents and under the direction of Judge Carter requires that housing and shelter placements be made by outreach workers after consultation with professionals and after proper clinical assessments have been made to determine appropriate placements. Those are all, I think, sort of preconditions to an ability to have any system that says you can't be here as long as we're offering you an alternative. what I would say is, and I've offered an alternative way of doing this, is that if our desire truly is to clear our public rights of way by housing people, we need to get a lot more aggressive about the housing. We always push the envelope legally on doing things that restrict sitting or lying, or where people can be living in their vehicles, but we rarely push the envelope legally when it comes to being more aggressive about providing the housing solutions. I mean, this proposal came out of the city attorney's office, at record speed. If we had an ounce of that urgency and speed and focus when it comes to housing solutions, as we do with efforts like this, we'd be housing thousands of people a month. In closing, what I'd say is that there is a brutal history of litigation for the city of Los Angeles on this and related subject matters, one that we have almost never prevailed upon. And while it may make sense for some today to say, well, okay, Bonin makes a lot of good points about the systems we have to have in place. Let's pass this and make it conditional upon those placements being in place. I would caution against that, because the history that we have had has been so fraught with error, so fraught with ordinances that have been overturned, so fraught with the ordinances that have been challenged because of a poorly written or a poorly implemented protocol, that before we do this, we should make sure everything is in place and that we are actually offering the alternative solutions. My opinion is that the only way to do that is through a global settlement with Judge Carter and the city and the county. In Orange County, he brought everybody together. I do not believe that this body has the credibility with the unhoused and advocates to pass something by legislation that could be better brokered by a federal judge. That's how it happened in Orange County. That's how everybody came onto the same page. And as I note in my substitute motion, what resulted is thousands of people were housed, the public rights of way were free of the encampments, and not a single person was arrested. It is, I think, a smarter way to go. Put the horse before the cart. Let's lead with housing, let's lead with shelter, let's lead with services, because every time we have led with enforcement, we have wound up on the losing side, and that is exactly how we got to where we are today. Thank you.
Mr. Ryu?
Thank you, Madam President. I understand that everyone is frustrated, and encampments have been growing in size, and we have a judge who's essentially creating homeless policy for us on the fly. However, this is not the right approach. We are considering an ordinance today that was unveiled less than 48 hours ago, and I cannot support this. These amendments to 4118 and 5611 will not solve homelessness. It will not get people off the streets, nor will it make our neighborhoods safer and cleaner. Without a housing or shelter option, where are these people going to go? Did I miss the opening of the 6,000 new units that we committed to Judge Carter's case? Or is COVID over? Or has the public health guidance changed on displacing unhoused people? Moving our unhoused neighbors from one block to another, especially against public health officials' recommendations during a global health pandemic, squanders precious time and city resources that could be better used in providing services and building housing. I don't understand the rush effort here for approvals of such a far-reaching piece of legislation without first consulting public health or even homeless experts. The city, we already have the authority to make sure sidewalks are passable according to the Americans with Disabilities Act, as well as to making sure that entrances are not blocked. And the additional restrictions that are proposed today are unnecessary and being rushed before any shelter and housing that the city that we promised to build have been built. The current situation is unacceptable. That much is clear. And Angelenos are fed up. They're fed up with false promises. They're fed up with the absence of leadership. And in that absence, we do have a federal judge trying to take control because City Hall and the County Hall of Administration have failed. And we're trying to legislate to his whims. Let's remind my colleagues that there is no court order at this point. It's just a financial agreement that we have with the county to build new beds. But what we lack is a citywide approach with emergency powers to direct agencies and grant swift approvals. You know, I've introduced legislation on this, and we hope that we could discuss how we could move our city forward together instead of having 15 different approaches, one for each one of our districts, and have our city controller issuing another set of recommendations, and our mayor with his own team on his own path. So I really understand the frustration driving us to just start somewhere, but this piecemeal approach that we are taking right now is by a council district by district approach only creates further inequalities in Los Angeles. Wealthy districts with fewer unhoused neighbors like mine are going to meet these housing goals much quicker than districts with higher homeless populations. However, even when my district meets these housing goals, moving homeless individuals from one underpass like Cahuenga in Council District 4 to Gower Underpass in Council District 13 does not solve homelessness. Our unhoused neighbors don't know or care about which council district boundaries they're in, nor do Angelenos care when they're asking for solutions, because moving an encampment 500 feet away is not a solution. So I ask you, are we gonna have one set of rules for Sherman Oaks and Woodland Hills and another one for Boyle Heights in South LA? If we spend as much time working on a citywide approach to end homelessness, rather than how we're gonna move our unhoused neighbors from one block to the next, perhaps we will be closer to having enough beds for everyone. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues. And thank you. I'm glad we're having this discussion. That's why I wanted to waive this to the floor so we could have this discussion. And considering that this is the issue of the day, pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, it'll be the issue of the day post-pandemic. These are the types of discussions that we need to have. We need to provide beds under a roof in a safe environment. That includes a mix of temporary and permanent lodging, availability for everyone who can accept the offer, and available in terms of what their particular needs are with lodging. In other words, an opportunity for people experiencing homelessness to be on a path to health and wellness. Never has that been more important than now during this pandemic. We've made great strides in this endeavor, despite what we hear every day on a daily basis. Our voter-approved measure, HHH production, combined with other public funding sources, has gotten us to nearly 10,000 approved units, which was the promise of HHH. That means that we have over 9,500 units that are either complete, nearing completion, under construction, entitled, or approved with construction documents being prepared, or in architectural design. We also have several abridged home sites open with over 24 in the works, safe parking sites existing with more in the works, Project Home Key acquisitions, the cabin communities funded and on the drawing boards, and other permanent supportive housing projects not in these categories at all, funded through traditional sources. In all, we are in the several thousands of current and future safe places for people who are currently unhoused. Now, as chair of the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, like I mentioned, I wanted to have this discussion on the floor, but we now have a draft ordinance before us today, which I didn't expect, and we really haven't had the opportunity to hear from a wide range of our constituencies, nor had adequate time to evaluate what is before us today. And so just some of my thoughts to take into consideration for the sake of argument. Since this is a district by district agreement that is pending, I ask rhetorically, why can't enforcement be in effect after we reach the 60% threshold as stated in the settlement? In other words, what would be the rush to adopt this ordinance now when there's so much distress? And frankly, I agree that there are additional legal concerns since we're just now beginning to stand up the lodging resources that I mentioned, but are still far from reaching Judge Carter's requirements in the settlement agreement. So colleagues, here is what over the months and recent years, what has synthesized into what constituents in my district in large part collectively are calling for. Constituents everywhere, residents and businesses, they want our sidewalks passable and clean 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Folks, by and large, want regular cleanups at encampment sites where hygienic services are offered, COVID testing, showers, and case management services to folks in the vicinity on a regular basis. But as you said, Mr. Blumenfield, that is not what is before us today, and I really wish it was, and I hope it will come soon. Constituents also want removal of excess, non-essential, contaminated materials that are left in the public rights of way that are no longer being used. And most importantly of all, and we hear this in almost everyone who calls or emails or that I talk with in person, people want fair, humane, reasonable approaches to all of these issues. And then lastly, we're in a pandemic. My focus has been to help keep people housed and fed during the pandemic, and that will continue after this pandemic begins to ease. And that's where all of my energies have gone. And collectively, I think that's kind of where we all are. There is an undeniable element of collective and extreme distress because of COVID-19 for people who are living on the margins. We've worked so hard at helping people with rent, with their bills, and a whole variety of assistance that we've offered through the actions that we've taken. And we should all be very proud of that. We've taken more action than almost any other city across the country. I want to make sure that we proceed with extreme caution in our approach under this environment at this time especially. To reiterate, we're just now at the beginning to effectuate actual safe indoor spaces for people to come indoors in larger numbers than ever before. Making this move right now seems premature to me. I mean, the humanitarian crises affecting every corner of the city, which we just heard callers from all over the place making that very, very strong case, must be dealt with. And despite what many people think, it will absolutely eventually require enforcement. What we need at this moment is attention to keep sidewalks passable and clean while humanely and directly engaging people experiencing homelessness with great compassion and relentless case management that includes mental health and substance abuse treatment and a determination to put people on a path to wellness. And again, I mentioned this, we're doing this even though we don't have a public health department. That's handled through the county. We're working on addressing that deficiency as never before as well. Colleagues, we have two diametrically opposing views on this council. I think we could find a way forward and incorporate elements of Mike's substitute motion into an ordinance that also takes into account the need for enforcement coupled with housing as it becomes available. In my mind's eye, we're almost always saying the same thing, but we're just miles apart on how to achieve it, and we have to come together, or at least closer together, on an approach. The magnitude of homelessness in our city is just too great to look at this issue in any other way but through a clear-eyed lens. And I believe that that's what people are demanding of us, who are on opposite sides of the spectrum. No matter what we do, there will be ample criticism from various sources, and nobody understands that better than me. But in my heart of hearts, I feel that we can do better. So, therefore, colleagues, I'm going to recommend that we take a fresh look at our approach while taking into account our pending settlement agreement with Judge David Carter. I'm convinced that it could be better balanced. So therefore, I'm going to recommend that we postpone today's vote, do some reconciliation, or at least give it our best shot, and make a better informed decision later. And that's what I would like to say, Madam President.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. I certainly appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I understand the controversy behind the item and why people feel so passionately on both sides of this issue. You know, I live in a neighborhood with an abundance of tents. And, you know, I look like a majority of the folks I see in these encampments. So I can relate. You know, we've had some success with the encampment to home model. I think we've been able to place almost 70 individuals experiencing homelessness into some kind of a housing situation. We've had some success with the Care Plus cleanup activities, but we have to do more. And what we have on the books now simply doesn't work. Every day we're offering beds to people in my district and doing our best to get them off the streets. But when we do so, we have no legal remedy to remove some of the bulky items, you know, like dozens of bicycles, bedroom furniture from the street. And oftentimes we have people go to the shelters at night and then come back to their tents during the day. Or, you know, we have people who refuse the beds. And we have no legal remedy to move them to a safer, more humane location. Living on the street, especially near freeways, is not a place for anyone to be. And while we've identified probably 6,000 or so individuals living on or under the freeways citywide, there are almost 600 in CD9 alone. 600. And coupled with gang activity in my district, life on the streets is doubly dangerous. Homeless individuals have been harassed to pay taxes to gangs, and we have several encampments that were set on fire because they didn't pay or attempted to move out of the area. So to me, a more serious threat to the health and safety of our community is taking these tents down rather than a safer in place kind of strategy. I firmly believe that folks are safer in shelters or safe parking away from high traffic areas, away from the influence of gangs, than they are on the streets. And while some people disagree with our approach on this, I know that the majority of people in my district feel the same way I do. And while they may not be the loudest voices today, because many are frontline workers unable to call in, my office hears from them on a daily basis. And colleagues, many of my constituents called in today, businesses and residents, and I want to thank them for those efforts. Many of my constituents feel the city doesn't care about South LA. They see the difference in how our streets look versus some streets on the west side. And they see the stark contrast in services and feel like their neighborhood is always taking the brunt of the homeless and housing crisis in this city. And I think sometimes they are right. Why should they not be able to use the sidewalk and instead have to walk in the street when taking their kids to school or the parks or to the store? Why should business owners and their employees not be able to get in and out of their buildings safely because of tents and other objects that have been fastened to the building?
Hello, how you just raised this thing.
Why should people see piles of trash and buckets with urine and feces in the alleys and on streets abutting their property? Why has it become an acceptable state of living in some parts of our city? Well, it's just not right. In CD9, we're committed to building temporary and supportive housing units. We're committed to rapid rehousing, committed to safe parking, and to any solution that will help move people off the streets. In fact, we have almost 1,000 beds in the pipeline, permanent supportive housing and affordable housing that will be coming online in the next 12 months. But in making that commitment, my constituents and I expect to see areas around these housing facilities and shelters cleaned up. We need this legal tool to help us in making our plans a reality, to house the unhoused, to remove items from the street, and to ensure the health and safety of our community. So I said in strong support of the Bloomfield motion, and colleagues, I ask that you join me. We have to take action, and I think that time is now. Thank you.
Mr. De Leon?
Thank you very much, Madam President. First, let me say that I have tremendous respect for Councilmember Blumenfield. His deeper frustration is shared by many, including myself. Our businesses, our neighborhoods, everybody, regardless of your lot in life, deserves clean and very safe streets. I think Councilmember O'Farrell just mentioned a few moments ago that those streets, those sidewalks, those alleyways should be clean and safe 24/7. And I think collectively, we're all on the same page. We agree. And that's why I harbor a lot of respect for Councilmember Blumenfield. We've served together in the Assembly as well as some of our years overlapped. And again, let me just emphasize, we all deserve clean and safe streets, again, regardless of what zip code and where you live. We will get there. I have no doubt. But I don't believe at this moment in time that this is the correct way. We want and we need solutions that won't further balkanize the city. And this is an inflection point in our nation's and city's history. This will make our city possibly even more inequitable because what I'm deeply concerned about is that the unintended consequences, that this motion will have the practical effect of walling off certain wealthier communities and force our unhoused neighbors into communities already suffering from the bulk of this crisis. The potential unintended consequences, the net result will be areas in the least impacted areas will be walled off from the homeless communities. And a lot of our neighborhoods will have to burden the shelter, I should say, burden the crisis even more so. And that's a lot to ask for many of these communities. The bottom line is we are one LA, and that means that our actions, our solutions have to reflect that first and foremost. Now, one thing I want to underscore is that Judge David Carter has done an extraordinary job in bringing the parties together to avoid a courtroom decision. And I think Councilmember Paul Koretz alluded to this very eloquently. My fear is that if this does pass, that we will welcome another lawsuit and we'll be on this litigation merry-go-round once again, where the taxpayers will actually be footing the bill. Now, we already have 6 major lawsuits. We have the Jones lawsuit, we have the Levon lawsuit, we have the Desert Train lawsuit, we have the Mitchell lawsuit, we have the Garcia lawsuit, and right now we have the LA Alliance lawsuit that Judge David Carr is trying to find a deal. And I can tell you this, interveners must be licking their chops right now, hoping and anticipating that this in fact becomes ordinance in the city of LA, because they probably have a lawsuit that's ready to go. At this moment right now, the ink hasn't been dried. They're waiting for proactive action on our part. And that's why it's absolutely critical that we really think about this very carefully. I want to go back again, because again, Jones lawsuit, Levon lawsuit, Desert Train lawsuit, the Mitchell lawsuit, the Garcia lawsuit, and then once again, we have the LA Alliance lawsuit that Judge David Carter is trying to figure out with the city, with the county, if we can get all the parties together and work out the deal. And so far, at least theoretically, we have a deal. Now we have to execute it and actually make sure that we follow through. Now, the question for me is, if this were to come to fruition, is if we move folks along, is where do they go? Where do we actually move folks along? And if we don't have stock, if we don't have inventory, we're putting the LAPD once again in a very difficult position. Quite frankly, I know a lot of LAPD officers who frankly don't want to be in the business of engaging and dealing with our unhoused community. But once again, we'd be putting them in that position. And Madam President, as well as colleagues, if I'm looking at the language here in subsection C, for example, subsection C would authorize the council by resolution and postage of signage to ban sitting, lying, sleeping, or placing of personal property within 500 feet of a freeway, overpass, underpass, ramp, tunnel, or pedestrian subway upon finding that the ban serves the public health, safety, or welfare. The question is now, does someone come out with a measuring tape and go 501 feet or 502 feet? How do we enforce that? And are we just moving folks along 100 plus feet, but we're dealing with the same situation? We're still dealing with unhoused individuals who are living on our sidewalks, on our streets, in our alleyways, our parks, overpasses, and underpasses. I think that, you know, all of our colleagues, whether you're for this motion or against this motion or a little in between, everyone is really on the same page and they want action. And I'm not sure if this is going to get us where it needs to get us to. If LAPD starts giving citations out, for example, as per the language drafted, what happens after that? Presumably, you're living on the streets or the alleyways because you have no money. How are you going to pay for that citation? And then what's predictable, when you don't pay your citation and you get an FTA, a failure to appear, and you are stopped or apprehended by local law enforcement, and they find out you have an FTA, do you get arrested? Do you get booked? Is there a court date? Do we just spend and waste more tax dollars and we go around and around and around? Now, I'm going to say this, that if we're having problems, you know, with our 60,000 plus countywide unhoused community members, how are we going to deal when this issue, when we have that tsunami that's on the near horizon come January 31st, when that eviction moratorium in 2021, January 31st to be exact, expires. And we have everyday Angelenos who have to come up with January's rent, December's rent, November, October, September, August, July, June, and so forth. So now we're gonna have a tsunami of all these individuals who are gonna be unhoused all of a sudden, living on the streets, sidewalks, and impacting the situation even more so. So whether it's 500 feet, 250 feet, 501 feet, at the end of the day, functionally, I'm not quite sure it's gonna get us where we need to get. And I like, you know, some of the comments that, you know, our council member from CD13 made, you know, again, you know, Councilmember Mitchell Farrell, you know, there are great considerations to be made or to debate on the motion that's been made by Mr. Blumenfield, as well as the substitute motion that Councilmember Bonin has made. I appreciate the aggressiveness because the intent is clear. We need to be very aggressive. We need to be very assertive. But quite frankly, this assertiveness should have been there 8 months ago in the beginning of the pandemic, not 8 months, you know, going into late fall into Thanksgiving. It should have been there 8 months ago. And that's, again, we're dealing with this situation. Let me say this, colleagues. We cannot be playing at the margins on this situation. And the days of being an incrementalist are long gone. Because as polarizing as the issue is, and there's a few colleagues here, Monica Rodriguez, Nori Martinez, yourself, as well as Gil Cedillo, we had a press conference earlier this morning on the issue of children being caged. The issue of immigration is a very controversial, polarizing issue. The issue of climate change, whether you're for climate change or against climate change, very polarizing. I will submit to each and every one of you, as well as to all Angelenos, that the issue on homelessness is not controversial at all. It's not polarizing at all whatsoever. Whether you're on the left, whether you're in the middle, or whether you're on the right, it's not polarizing at all whatsoever. Everyone agrees that we need to provide dignity and respect to our unhoused community members and get them off the streets so we can have clean, safe parks, clean, safe streets, sidewalks, alleyways, overpasses, and underpasses. Everyone agrees. Whether you're a big business or small business, whether you're a neighbor in Brentwood, Pacific Palisades, or in Bow Heights. everyone agrees on the political spectrum, unlike immigration or like climate change. Now, of course, we have tactical differences. And those tactical differences, I guess we get too involved in the scrum. We need to deal with the macro issue with real measurements, because I actually may not concur with some of my colleagues where I believe it's best that an individual like Judge David Carter makes the decisions for us. Ideally, as political officials, we should be making the decisions for ourselves for the betterment of our constituents in our districts and the city as a whole, as opposed to a U.S. federal judge with the sharp tip of the spear dictating the terms of the negotiations while we're negotiating against ourselves. Ideally, collectively, if we could get our act together and can move forward with the larger vision, that would benefit the city and the county as well. As well, I would say, as be a model for the rest of the state and even the rest of the country. So as much as I appreciate Judge David Carter and his incredible work in bringing all the parties together and saying, hey, before I make a decision, let's see what we can negotiate together. Most ideally, we will be the ones who are controlling our destiny for the betterment of all Angelinos. Colleagues, I'm going to say to each and every one of you, we cannot cheat. We cannot cut corners. We can't take shortcuts. You have to either build, you have to either build with value to get the volume that you need because of all the individuals living on our streets. You have to purchase, if we have to purchase, and we have to reuse all the physical assets that we have. We have to look at all city, county, and state lands that exist today that are underutilized or not utilized at all whatsoever, or repurpose that so we can eliminate costs altogether when it comes to land acquisition. There's a lot of things we need to come together, but we really need to really focus and have that ability to have that engagement with all of us together and not just rely on the city attorney to come up with and interpret. Because this, again, in conclusion, Madam President, this is going to be litigated if it passes right away. And then here we go again in the litigation merry-go-round. And I don't want to waste my time, and I'm sure my colleagues' time don't want to be wasted on the Jones, the Levon, the Mitchell, the Garcia, the LA Lions, and another host of folks who are going to get, some folks are going to get paid anyways at the end of the day. And secondly, again, where do we go from here? Because if we move folks, where's the housing? Where are the roofs? We're starting it backwards. These are motions to be made once you have inventory and you have stock. Once you have that inventory, then we can move folks, whether they like it or not, into housing because the taxpayers have foot that bill.
Mr. De Leon, I need to caution you on your time, sir.
Madam President, I appreciate the opportunity to share a few words with all of you, and I look forward to the further discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Let me take you to the street level. Something that we like to do among these chambers, among the horseshoe, is legislate, debate, but let's be reminded of what's happening in the streets today. I'd like to ask IT to show some recent photos of some encampments. These photos were taken in my district. Thank you. Members, the city has swung between two extremes on this issue of homelessness, and the worsening crisis on our streets demands that we find a middle ground. This ordinance doesn't make it a crime to be homeless. This ordinance is about managing the crisis on our streets, and most importantly, it's about striking a better balance. There are over 10,000 miles of sidewalks in the city of LA. It simply gives the council the ability to establish a small number of sidewalks where camping is not allowed so that we can strike that better balance. Those located around freeways and those located near homeless shelters. The ordinance before us today will not solve homelessness, and no one has suggested it will. But we have to balance the rights of the homeless to sleep, which is an unavoidable consequence of being human, with the rights of physically disabled residents who are legally entitled to a clear path of travel under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Now, balancing these rights of those who are unsheltered to keep a reasonable amount of personal property with the rights of the public at large to have a clean and sanitary sidewalks. And balancing the impacts of those battling addiction on our streets with opportunities for those in recovery to resist temptation around them and provide them a fighting chance to get their lives back on track. And I say this to our residents, from Pacoima to San Pedro, from Boyle Heights to Westwood. We all made a promise to you. We made a promise when speaking to you and asking for your support on homeless solutions and bridge home shelters. We promised you that in exchange for your support, the areas around the shelter would be clean. By approving this ordinance today, we are making good on that promise. By keeping areas around the shelters clean, we also make the solution of beds more attractive to all communities and neighborhoods in the entire county. Yes, even Carson, even Torrance, even Glendale and Burbank. And I say this to my colleagues, if you don't want clean and passable sidewalks per the ADA and per our another lawsuit, $1.3 billion Willits case, then vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Harris Dawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the members who've opined on this important topic. I agree with my colleagues who suggest that we're all much closer together on this issue, even though our votes might indicate that we're far apart. I think it is, almost a nearly sacred promise that we made to residents. We said if you put a bridge home shelter in your neighborhood, we would enforce around the shelter. And now, with this engagement of Judge Carter around the freeways, we're in a similar position. I would simply offer to the debate this question. And that question is, what happens when? What are the protocols? Building shelter is not controversial. There's a whole set of requirements for how high ceilings have to be, where it can be built, the HVAC, the electrical, the square footage, the height of door jambs. There are an extreme number of conditions and regulations that everybody agrees on across the board. And all of our structures meet those requirements. And in fact, the only thing that we debate over is, what I will call, which sometimes expresses itself as just rank classism. Well, I don't want this near me because these people that are living in it are poor. And I don't want poor people near me is what many of the arguments boil down to. That's the only controversial part about housing. On enforcement, though, enforcement is different. Enforcement hasn't been thought out. We don't know what happens when we say move along and the person doesn't move along. I haven't seen protocols for that. I haven't been to meetings about that. I haven't seen that discussed and debated. Certainly not with the advocates, not with the people who are going to go to court with us. And it seems to me that we ought to take some time to do the right thing the right way. Because if you do the right thing the wrong way, what's going to happen is we're going to inherit and leave to the next set of people trying to figure this out a bunch of onerous rules that cannot be figured out, like the ones that we have in front of us today that on their face seem unreasonable to the average person. But we often forget these settlements and these lawsuits don't fall out of the sky. They're directly connected to the way we went about trying to deal with homeless people and frankly, trying to enforce. And so, I, for one, need to see more thinking, more proposals around what enforcement's going to be. What's it going to be for a person who has a mental health problem, an obvious mental health problem? What's it going to be for other sets of people that are there? How are we going to keep track whether or not a person's been offered housing or not? Like that, I haven't heard an explanation to that. Because a person can say, you didn't offer me housing, and the worker can say, well, you look like the person that I did offer housing to. How do we know that was the case? And again, I'm not saying these things can't be figured out. I have every confidence that they can. What I'm suggesting to everybody today is that they haven't been figured out. And we need to figure them out before we jump out on the streets and in our eagerness and in our zeal, begin, and again, I believe it's righteous zeal and justified zeal and moral zeal to provide, to return some of the public spaces back to the people, back to the public. We need to make sure that our actions are not characterized by zeal, not according to knowledge, discipline, or rigor when it comes to taking on these things. And so, I am very uncomfortable moving forward with this today without seeing more information about what this looks like, as Mr. Buscaino said, on the ground, in real life, every day on our streets, and how do we do it in a way that at least gives us a shot and not ending up in court and losing even more ground in this fight to again, provide safety and safe streets to both homeless people and house people in this city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Harris-Dawson. So I'm debating whether we should allow the city attorney to explain what's in the ordinance, because I'm hearing a lot of misinformation. And so
thank you. Hear, hear.
There is a lot of misinformation, and unfortunately it's coming from our body. So I'm going to go ahead, and there's Ms. Rodriguez who's on the queue to speak, but I think it'd be beneficial just for members of the public, because I know we should have all had some time to read over the ordinance, and there shouldn't be any confusion, but there apparently continues to be confusion. And I think we just need to have an honest conversation with ourselves and not lead to the misinformation that I'm sure is being tweeted in the universe. So why don't I hear from Ms. Rodriguez? Then I'm going to ask Ms. Valerie Flores if you're still with us. I need you to just walk us through the facts of the ordinance, because we just have to clarify some of this stuff. And I'm not lobbying for or against it. I just want to make sure we have the facts in front of us, because I think it's important. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. And Mr. Harris-Dawson, I think to underscore your point, the motion that I introduced yesterday on the Paxton and Bradley protocols is to memorialize that very process. I recognize, and I think we have to recognize this citywide, how we approach homelessness in this city. We're not going to have the singular solution to lay out across the city in a way that meets all of our needs and all of the circumstances of each area. When we approached Paxton and Bradley, we did it with intention of memorializing exactly what the protocols would be, to assure outreach, to assure placement. We weren't clearing an area without placing these individuals into housing. The concern, though, for the residents that have had to endure multiple incidents of trafficking associated with that location and a variety of circumstances, and even just consistent posting. We had to memorialize a process working very closely with LAHSA, working very closely with LA Family Housing, with the county supervisor's office to do just that. And so the goal, and with the motion that I introduced, is to memorialize what worked, because it was the single largest encampment citywide that has been cleared, with 100% of those encamped at that location being housed. And the whole goal of all of this is to incent that process being implemented and cleared in these areas, because these communities have endured their share of, and from the images of what Mr. Buscaino has shared, it's a microcosm of what many of us, we know to be true, and what many residents have had to endure in not having access to their sidewalks and having the patience with which they're expecting this council to act. I agree. I think this has to be reflective of our efforts to both build housing and ensure placement of these individuals. And that's what worked in Orange County. When we talk about what Judge Carter did, it was both working in tandem with one another to assure that they were both going to have the placement of these individuals, so that then we could regain the restoration of clearing of these areas and availing those sidewalks and those public spaces for the benefit of the residents and those in these areas that have had to endure the encampments of that area. This ordinance is about making sure that we can get us to a point that when we clear these areas, we're able to maintain them. Because otherwise, with these orders, and we're going to continue to be on the receiving end of these orders, but unless we're memorializing and documenting that, in fact, individual A has been offered housing, because this is the same ordinance that other municipalities currently have at their disposal, but they have the housing units that are offered and available to these individuals to be sheltered. Currently in my district, my numbers are increased by the fact that I'm providing emergency winter shelter for Burbank. And so my numbers are impacted by providing facilities for these other areas. I need to make sure that we can retain our ability to have housing for our own communities, housing for our areas, and assuring our constituents that when they are availing these facilities, that we will then be able to regain our sidewalks. And it's about maintaining health standards in these areas, which right now are not being met. And so I think the goal here, and I agree with Mr. O'Farrell, I don't think we're we're different in our approaches to, in what our goals are, in terms of wanting to restore the cleanliness and standards of these sidewalks and of these public spaces. But we do need to provide some guidance and protocols on how, in fact, to do that and assure our city family and those in sanitation and other departments that have been involved in this, some end game. We have to work our way there. And if we don't have these tools in place to support this work, then we're never going to get off this hamster wheel. So I look forward to Valerie giving more clarity on and explanation on what we're trying to achieve here. But this is with respect to these specific areas where we're really focusing our attention in clearing these areas. And I know Paxton and Bradley was one of the examples that we've used, in fact, with Judge Carter, and we've been able to maintain the clearance of that area as a result of these protocols. And I think memorializing that is going to be an important part of how we also implement the clearance of these areas once these individuals have been offered housing. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Valerie Fields, are you there? Can we let Ms. Fields into the meeting? I'm sorry, Fields.
Laura.
Valerie, thinking of Valerie
Hello,
Fields.
yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Valerie Flores.
I do appreciate the
hold on for just a second, Valerie.
To
hold on for just a second. I just want to make sure everyone has a copy of the ordinance in front of them, so you can help folks walk through it. Why don't you go ahead and start?
Thank you. I'm Senior Assistant City Attorney Valerie Flores. Again, thank you for letting me clarify a few things. Council members requested our office to redraft LAMC Section 4118, especially D, to comply with the requirements of the Ninth Circuit decision in Boise versus Martin. We were also asked to add some new subsections to deal with spot issues, including some issues that have been the focus of Judge Carter's priority, namely freeway underpasses, but also to align 4118 with 5611, which deals with storage of property. And the reason we acted quickly to transmit an ordinance is because, as Councilmember Blumenfield and Councilmember Rodriguez mentioned, some of these efforts to get people away from freeway underpasses, which again, Judge Carter has prioritized, are happening now. So it is very timely that we have an ordinance in place that gives us the best tools to effectuate the judge's priorities. There is no order in place, and we have taken great pains to reach agreement in the LA Alliance case with the county so that we don't have an order hanging over our head. We don't want that. We want to work cooperatively, but Judge Carter really believes that we need to clear our underpasses. So we drafted several subsections, repealing the old version of 4118, which, by the way, is on the books but does not require an offer of shelter before enforcement is taken. The new version of D would require that before any enforcement occurs, an offer of shelter would be required. And as we noted in our cover report, there's a lot of work that needs to be done by the city before that section could really be effectuated. We would need to make sure that we have a system in place where we can assure that when we're offering shelter to someone who's homeless, that we are being sensitive and appropriate to their various needs, which I know is very important and was mentioned by Councilmember Bonin. We also certainly need a system in place to know how many shelter beds we have open at any given time. So there are protocols that our office would recommend be adopted prior to the city ever exercising its authority to take enforcement action in connection with offering shelter to someone. With regard to the new sections that we were requested to add to 4118, they do three things. Subsection A is an effort to try to enhance our ability to keep sidewalks passable. And they would do that in two ways. One, by ensuring that we have tools to require ADA clearance, and also by ensuring that the egress and ingress for businesses and their customers, driveways, loading docks, remain clear. Last thing we want is to have any vehicle interaction with a homeless person. So that is Section A. Section B deals with, I think, the desire of many communities, as many of our council members have expressed, to have assurances if they cite new homeless services in their district, that those new facilities will not become a draw for neighboring encampments, to create a buffer zone. And so I believe that having a provision B that allows the city to enforce a 500-foot buffer zone from a new homeless facility helps council members place those facilities. And as you know, we are desperately trying to find space in our very built out city to house people. So again, this is a tool for the city. It would require city to pass a resolution first. It's not self-executing. The resolution would designate a particular facility as an area where a buffer zone may or may not be needed. Subsection C is similar, but it applies to the freeway underpasses that, again, are very much a priority for Judge Carter. And it would allow us, as Councilmember Rodriguez mentioned, to clear them in the first instance, but also to ensure that they remain clear. Because right now we don't have an effective tool on the books once we've gone through Herculean efforts to clear encampments under freeways and find housing and build new housing. They could just be repopulated right away after the clearing if we don't have a tool that designates those specific sites as areas where the city, even before we have 100% shelter, do not believe people should be residing. And again, that's to comply with Judge Carter's concern. We also put into the ordinance a provision that would allow for 4118 and 5611 to be enforced versus with prosecutorial diversion programs and alternatives to traditional enforcement. So rather than fines or jail, we could offer intervention, something that would actually help homeless people get back on their feet. We actually have someone from our office here, Jose Egurbide, who's a senior assistant city attorney. If you have any questions about our diversion or restorative justice programs, that would be an option. And again, 5611 changes were made to it that would align 5611 to 4118 so that the two statutes would be compatible, and that one, again, for example, once you've cleared a freeway underpass, got people into shelter, storing their stuff, that you could keep that area free of people and property. So that was what we transmitted and why we transmitted it, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you, and I really appreciate the discussion and everybody's input. As has been said by several colleagues, I think we're all very much on the same page in terms of wanting to get housing and wanting, that's our top priority, is to figure out how we can have more shelter, more housing, and help the people off the street. And even we have the same shared desire that we want to make sure that our freeway underpasses, after they've been cleared, remain clear, and our shelters have some sort of a buffer. But I understand folks have different questions of how that can work. I want to point out something that Valerie pointed out, which is none of this is self-executing. It requires a resolution. So before we were to say this particular freeway underpass is going to be clear, you then have to put a resolution forward. I'm ready to put a resolution forward on my underpasses because I can document that we offered every single person shelter in those underpasses. LA Family Housing, everyone else was there, and that they are now clear. So it makes sense to have a resolution at this point on that. Again, it doesn't mean that you have to. You can decide that you've cleared a sensitive underpass, but it's not that sensitive, and you don't want to make it clear in the future. But we need to have the authority to do it. And something else that I wanted to ask Valerie about this too is that in the substitute motion, they're talking about, well, let's just let Judge Carter come up with a solution, and he can come up with a solution, and then we can enforce it then. But from what Judge Carter has told me, there's a big difference between LA and those 28 other cities. Those 28 other cities had laws on the books. They had anti-camping laws that they could then enforce. And all the judge can do is say, you can now enforce your laws if you get this shelter. So it's my understanding, and I want Valerie to speak to this, that if we're going to comply with Judge Carter's orders, and then ultimately, if we get a global settlement, don't we need to have a 4118 to do that? Can he give us that authority? I didn't think he could. I thought we had to have it, and then he can basically allow us to use it.
Exactly, Councilmember Blumenfield. We need some underlying statute or ordinance that actually authorizes us to take action. Because remember, any homeless person who's under a freeway right now is not a party to the LA Alliance case. So they would not be bound by an order Judge Carter issued, even if he ordered one, versus just setting a priority. So we need independently as a city to have a legal tool that is compliant with Boise and also gives us the legal authority once an area's been cleared to be able to post signs so everybody knows where the boundary is. Say you cannot camp or store your property beyond this line next to a freeway or next to a housing, new housing project or shelter. And so without that tool, and again, right now we don't have a tool that would let us do that. We could not effectuate if Judge Carter issued an order, we couldn't even effectuate it without fear of litigation.
Whereas if we put this in place, we would be able to effectuate his order. We would be able to carry out the issue with his desire on the freeways. And then if we ever got to a global settlement, we would still have to establish our protocols. And you know, Ms. Rodriguez had some great ideas on that and what they did on Paxton. But all of that is contingent in the future. In fact, my original amendment before I was going to get rid of D entirely was to make it contingent on those protocols and everything else. And then, which I'm still happy to do, because at the end of the day, whether or not we make it specifically contingent, it is contingent. We need to come up with those protocols before we could ever start enforcing beyond the very discrete elements of this measure. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks, everybody, for the dialogue. Ms. Flores, a quick question for you. Thank you for the presentation, and I apologize for my lack of understanding. If Mr. Blumenfield's amendment is approved and that section is stricken, is there a requirement for anybody who is not allowed to be under a freeway to be offered housing?
Not through the ordinance. It would not be mandated by the ordinance, but as you may know, Judge Carter has insisted that we provide shelter and offer shelter to anyone under a freeway. And you could also add it. You could also add it to the ordinance. But under Boise, even if shelter is not offered, even if shelter is not available because the city just doesn't have enough beds, you can still designate certain sites as areas where you do not want to have camping. So currently, again, B and C provisions in 4118, the new ordinance, are written not to require an offer of shelter first. You could put that in, or you could just do it voluntarily as a city, as we are doing now.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Let me underscore, as written, the provisions here would not require an offer of shelter unless this is further amended after Mr. Blumenfield's amendment. Judge Carter is not going to stay engaged with this forever, and he does not have an order for anything right now. So nobody is compelled to offer housing. Anybody could enforce this without housing being offered. But let me just go back to a broader point. A few minutes ago, Mr. Buscaino asked ITA to show a few slides which showed encampments around the city. And I think each of us has portions of our district, I certainly have several, that look like that. And it is absolutely unacceptable. And we need to make that not the case anymore. And the way to do it is to have an alternative. So ITA, could you show the slides of all the housing that we have already built that is an alternative to all those encampments? I don't think they can, because that does not exist. And absent that existing, I do not think it is wise or prudent for us to move forward on this. Our history on homelessness, Mr. De Leon listed all of the lawsuits. Back of every bottle of shampoo, there's directions: lather, rinse, repeat. If there were a bottle of directions for homelessness policy in Los Angeles, it would be legislate, litigate, lose, and start over again. And that's what we have done. And there's a common denominator to every single one of those pieces of legislation. Is in each case, whether it is Desert Train or whether it is Levon or whether it is Jones, the courts have consistently said you cannot do A until you have provided an alternative, whether it is storage or whether it is housing or whether it is shelter. We need this to be fully baked. We need this to have protocols before we approve it. I would caution us to have our own separate, against us having our own separate protocols, because it is our own separate protocols and different styles of enforcement in different districts that have historically led to litigation. In the Desert Train case, my predecessor was having LAPD enforce against vehicular living more aggressively than in other places. And there were facts in the case where an officer told somebody to get out of their vehicle, and the person said, well, where should I sleep? And the officer said, legally, correctly, you can sleep on the sidewalk. And that helped lead to the Desert Train litigation. As part of, I believe it was the Levon litigation, there was a different standard under a previous council administration that pushed for more aggressive sanitation sweeps, which contributed to that litigation. We need a universal standard. So what I would suggest is, I think it's pretty clear that this is not fully baked and that we are not ready to put this in place. There are just too many details to be worked out that Mr. De Leon has detailed, that Mr. Harris-Dawson has detailed, that Mr. Koretz has detailed, Mr. Rue has detailed. I would move that we send this back to committee for further deliberation.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Koretz?
Yes, that was my second. And Mr. Rue, I think also.
Yeah, we have you on the record. Thanks. Mr. Koretz?
Yes. Just one thing I wanted to point out, because I know some of my colleagues in doing their bridge shelters leaned heavily on explaining to neighbors that the areas would be cleaned around them. I didn't do that so much, partly because it didn't matter whether neighbors were NIMBY or not, although by and large, surprisingly, in my district, people have been very supportive. But I don't have a lot of choices. There's almost nothing available. So where we have a site for bridge housing, we're just going to do it, not worry about talking people into it. But be that as it may, I think it was a necessary tool for some districts. And while that was a strongly made pledge, a few little things have happened in the last 7 months since then that were not anticipated. And I think because it is clearly a bad health protocol to move people around when we don't absolutely need to, whether we made those pledges or not, I think we have to recognize the health realities that is a bad plan. And I would encourage us not to insert that element into this legislation. I think at best, also, this is a highly split council. I'm not sure that sends a good message for something like this to pass on an 8-7 vote. And while people sometimes criticize us for having worked out so much of our policy in committees and then getting a unanimous vote on the council floor, if there ever was an issue where there should be more of a consensus, I think it's this one, and I don't think it's there. And so if for no other reason than that, and I believe there are many reasons, I think we should send this back for further study and to actually create a policy where there can be a consensus among the council.
Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Mr. Bonner. You're absolutely right. We should be sharing the good news, the stories, the photos of in CD15, particularly the 3 bridge home sites, 127th Street apartments, permanent supportive housing, the El Segundo apartments, permanent supportive housing, Vermont Villas, permanent supportive housing. And we're not done. The 1,891 units in CD15, and we're not done. You're right. But I'm also hearing the issues of, or the concerns about criminalization, imprisonment. The reason I know the OC cities don't have a single arrest because there was that threat of arrest. And I can tell you firsthand, as I shared with my colleagues over and over, I've helped Jamila. I've helped Jamila Salam through the entire booking process. When there's a threat that your freedom will be taken away, some people are going to change their lives. I've helped David. I've helped Rudy. I've helped Mr. Pacheco. And it was all through that outreach. And sometimes it was through that booking process. And let me tell you, that is not the way forward. We know that there are consequences that need to be met. And let's talk about those consequences. There are positive consequences. And Ms. Flores, who's on the call, can share in subsection D, and let me read it, that violations of this section may be eligible for referral to a diversion-led program. Is that right, Ms. Flores?
That's correct.
So how about this? If you don't take down your tent, then you have to go to the drug treatment program. If you don't take down your tent, then you have to go through an AA program. It doesn't necessarily have to be a negative consequences. If you don't take down your tent, you're going to go to jail. That's not the way forward. In fact, we haven't had consequences in the last 4 years. 5611 was watered down. And look at our streets today. It's disgusting because of a lack of consequences. And those consequences, colleagues, does not have to be jail. So with that, the individuals who are out there, and I can tell you, and I thank my residents in CD15 for saying yes to solutions of all sorts. I say thank you to the businesses, the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce, who've been vocal and visible on this issue. We owe it to them. In fact, I struggle with striking subsection D because I can tell you and just talk to my amazing team who is on the ground every damn day, who are suiting up with sanitation, reaching out. The Gally Medinas, the Alexis Loros, go talk to them. They're busting their asses on the ground every damn day with frustrations because they're reaching out to these individuals knowing that there are beds available at the San Pedro shelter, the Wilmington Bridge home. There are 60 beds available on the Wilmington Bridge home site, guys. 60. Would you rather have them melt away, these individuals, our homeless folks, destroy themselves, or give them that true consequence? That if you say no to a bed tonight, then there will be some consequences. I'll leave you with that.
Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, Madam President. Okay, thank you so much for convening this and giving us. My staff wants to make sure that you see me. We're having technical difficulties, Madam Chair. Okay, are we good to go?
You're good.
Yes, sir, we can see you and we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, how about that? So look, first of all, let me thank you for bringing this matter and giving us the full discussion and letting the public get a sense of the type of deliberations that these types of policy changes require. And, the seriousness and the critical investment, this intellectual capital that this body houses is engaged in. I want to approach this real simply. As I always ask my staff, what's the goal? What are we trying to accomplish? And does our plan, does our strategy, does it take us in that direction? And so that's the same approach I apply and I'll apply here. My first goal is to get shelter for the homeless. This doesn't do that. And I think Mr. Harris-Dawson noted that this is an enforcement document, not a document that's going to help us build housing. But the first goal we have is to build shelter and housing for the homeless. And so we should think about that. And each and every single one of us, I know there's a new discussion about citywide, but to me, citywide is a discussion that in some respects, with all due respect, abdicates our individual responsibilities. And frankly, if you want to be citywide, frankly, I ran for city council and I will continue to run for city council because I'm interested in building up my district. And so I know the responsibilities and the obligations that are inherent in that, and part of that is addressing the concerns to our unhoused residents. So that's my first goal. The second is, and all of us should embrace this, and there's a kind of odd, kind of ironic, almost hypocritical discussion about kind of protecting the freeways for the homeless. And my goal is to get the homeless away from the freeways. And maybe there should be some standalone resolution that addresses that. We should all want to get the homeless away from the freeways. The judges, we note that as kind of like some preoccupation of the judge. We should all share that. The homeless are our most vulnerable citizens of our city, the most likely to have health challenges and multiple conditions. They're the ones who are challenged with substance abuse, poverty, mental illness. So they're the most vulnerable. And then we put them in the most, and we're advocating, or some people are advocating, to put them in the most dangerous place for them to be. And that's a freeway. I mean, the only place more dangerous to sleep next to a freeway is to sleep on the freeway. And so this is ridiculous that this is a fight to try to keep the homeless next to a freeway. The fight should be to keep them away from a freeway. There's an abundance of research, science, articles that everybody can simply Google that will tell you how dangerous it is to live near a freeway. And that to live near a freeway, that you need a whole series of mitigations, that you need air filters in your building, that you need triple pane windows, that you need sound walls, that you need landscaping, that you need design. All these are essential to mitigate the dangers of living near a freeway. And people are here fighting us not to remove and not to move homeless people away from a freeway. We've got to rethink this. That is just the wrong fight to have. But the question then is, where do they go? And again, that takes us back to the first goal of us creating the housing, the stock of housing at every type for the homeless so that we can move them there. My third goal is to make sure that in whatever ordinance we write, that there is a big public concern. I've written about this, about whose job it is to address and implement and execute these policies. And clearly, we have to accept that we have overtaxed the LAPD, that the public is very sensitive to that, and that this is a job for some other departments, but not the Los Angeles Police Department. And so whatever ordinance or policy that we write, it's one that we want executed by someone other than the members of the Los Angeles Police Department. And so the ordinances that we write should say that clearly. And that's, this is, at the end of the day, an argument for a continuance on this matter, Madam Chair, because I think we have a lot of coherence and a lot of agreements, but I don't see that this document articulates that. If it is a document that says that none of this happens unless people are housed, that should probably be the first sentence. And I would not vote for a document that doesn't state that first and foremost. That this is a document that should state first and foremost that unless we provide you with housing, then none of this is effectuated. And that's not clear. This discussion, a room full of 15 council members, an attorney, people who have written legislation, we have grappled to get that meaning. This should be plain and simple. It should be plain and simple so that the public, so the city of Los Angeles and all its residents understand what the new law is and what the city has taken forward in addressing these issues. This question of how we house people and what are the conditions to move them away from the freeways, that should be up front. It needs to be clear, it needs to be convincing, it needs to be simple, because it's really difficult to figure out what this ordinance was intended to do or what it said. And I say that with all due respect to the architects of it, but frankly, this is a very sensitive time period and a very sensitive subject matter, and so the language should be very clear, should be concrete, and should be really upfront. I don't want to be redundant, Madam Chair. I think the afternoon is late. I think this motion and the proffered substitute motion should be continued. I think you should take jurisdiction of this, and that we should come back to figure out how we can write a document that addresses the concerns, the legitimate concerns that the public has about the ADA compliance, that is a matter of law, the legitimate concerns that they have about homeless people living near freeways, being in the most vulnerable position, and what that does to them. I'm surprised no one has sued us on that matter, and the concerns about how we build housing in this city. I wish that those advocates who are so adamant, demanding, forceful, would be the same advocates who were at our hearings, at our planning meetings, advocating for the housing that we try to build. I think one thing that gets missed frequently is that the city of Los Angeles is not a developer. We do not build housing. We have land use powers, but they're limited, and they're very limited by the development proposals that are offered and proffered in the city, and that we need people who feel strongly about these issues to also be speaking up to make sure that we continue to build, because without building, we will not have the housing, the shelters, the bridge housing, the safe parking, all the strategies that we have, all the ones that we're executing in our district to reduce homelessness. We will not have that without that type of advocacy. So I would ask them to sharpen that focus on the issues that we can have control of. Obviously, there are some issues. The last thing I will say, there is a very good point that was raised by Mr. Bonin about us being more efficient and more effective. It seems amazing that in a time where you can have Postmates and Uber, Lyft and Amazon and track purchases and products, that we cannot figure out who has a room available in the city to shelter a very deserving and needy resident of our city, or unhoused resident of our city. That should be something that we should be able to do promptly. Other than that, Madam Chair, I thank you again for your leadership on this matter, and speak in favor of the motion to continue this matter so that we can, as we would say in Sacramento, the matter's not yet cooked, and so that we can continue the process of developing the legislation, one that merits the challenges of this moment. I thank you.
Mr. Krikorian?
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues. I've wanted to listen more than speak today, and I'm glad that I did. And let me thank Mr. Blumenfield, first of all, for teeing up this conversation and moving this forward, because this has been one of the better discussions that we've had on the most complicated, difficult, social crisis and public health crisis and human rights crisis of our time. We've talked about homelessness a lot. We've done a lot of things, on different aspects of this issue. And it always seems to be, no matter what we do, exceptionally and, in my view, grossly unnecessarily polarizing. And I heard 14 of my colleagues speak today, and I agreed with something that every single one of them said. And I think this kind of conversation is what we need to do to develop a consensus around solutions. And it is never as simple as saying, don't do this enforcement thing because you haven't done the thing I want you to do, or only do this, but don't do the other thing. It is never that simple. And with respect, Mike, I know that it was a rhetorical device that you were doing when you called upon ITA to put up those pictures, but I could put up those pictures for the rest of this meeting. Every single member of the council could put up those pictures. They could put up the pictures of the permanent supportive housing that we've built. They could put up the pictures of the bridge home shelters that we've built, the safe parking lots that have been opened. In my case, the Services Navigation Center, first one in the city, 185 beds of bridge home shelter. I could put up the pictures of the 3 cabin communities that I have ready to go and underway already that will provide sufficient capacity to house every single homeless person in my district who's living on the streets right now. Every single one. So it is unfair to the public, I think, and it's unfair to this institution when we say that, we're just not doing anything. It's just not true. And I know the people who want to accuse us of the vilest sorts of evil that call into these meetings believe that's true, but it isn't. Have we done enough? Absolutely not. And has the county done enough in stepping up and providing the services that it should be providing for mental health care and substance abuse and the other things that are inherent aspects of this problem? They have absolutely not done enough. And so we need to continue to press forward with all of those things. But at the same time, I don't think that it makes any sense to think that we can find permanent solutions to this by without putting as one of my service providers puts it, without putting people to a moment of choice. There has to be a time when a person who is living on the streets has an opportunity to choose to be housed. And they have to be given an appropriate and available and accessible opportunity for that housing. But if they turn it down, and if they choose not to do that for reasons that are not legitimate reasons, the alternative of living on the streets can never be acceptable. A lot of the advocates talk about, the number of deaths that we've had among our homeless population, and it's sobering and it's horrifying. But, a lot of the deaths that we experience and a lot of the adverse ramifications that we experience are the result of crimes in which the homeless are victimized, or it's the result of their untreated mental illness or untreated substance abuse that would be much easier avoided if they were not living on the streets. So at some point, it is better for that person, and it will be a harm reduction measure to get people off the streets, by offering them, by providing outreach, by providing services. But at the end of the day, by telling them, now is the day you are coming off the streets and taking the services that we're offering. If you don't have that, there are going to be people who are going to continue to die on the streets. So I think it's important that we continue to have this discussion about what is the proper balance that we strike. When and where shall we provide enforcement relating to this? And I welcome Mr. Cedillo's suggestion. I think that we keep that dialogue going. I'd like to have a discussion like this every week. I think it was a terrific opportunity for us to continue to build consensus. I will say that there are multiple things that Mr. Blumenfield is attempting to address in this motion, and each one has different policy aspects that we need to take into account. I don't think there should be any controversy among any of us about the need to keep the public right-of-way accessible. That should be a non-controversial issue, that people are entitled to be able to use our sidewalks, and our disabled community in particular is able to use our sidewalks. So Section A should be a relatively easy one for us to resolve. The issues around freeways, I get that argument is mostly being driven by Judge Carter's prioritization of those areas. I don't know that that would necessarily be my first priority for who should be housed. I think a person's vulnerability should probably be a more important prioritization in housing them than, you know, the fact that they happen to be under a freeway overpass. But there are special concerns there too. Overpasses, in particular, are constraining infrastructure that if somebody is blocking the sidewalk or living on the sidewalk, it can cut off entire neighborhoods. It can cause people to have to go into the street who don't have any other option because of the nature of overpasses. So there are special considerations there. But the issue around the bridge home facilities and other homeless facilities, I think this is an issue that has its own set of compelling arguments that are for the best interests of the people who are being served by those facilities, as well as the surrounding neighborhood. This is not a NIMBY issue. This is an issue that we want to encourage more development of more shelters and more housing. We do want to do that. And it makes it easier for our city to accept that need if they realize that with that comes a certain amount of area that is going to be safer on the streets and cleared of street camping, of encampments. At the same time, it's better for the people who are in shelters if they aren't surrounded by people who are interacting with them on the streets. And service providers will tell you that's the problem that they have often, especially with people suffering from addiction, is an interaction with people who are living around the shelters. So for all of those reasons, I think that we need to have that buffer zone around particularly the bridge housing shelters. So I think I would like to see this discussion continue. I think we all should embrace, you know, a set of goals that we should collectively embrace and not polarize this issue just because the public is polarized about it. We should accept as our priority, we should accept as one of our goals the fact that we acknowledge, and Mr. Bonin, I think, said this very eloquently to start us off, you know, the status quo is not acceptable to any of us, and we have to ensure that living on the street is not seen as a norm. This is not something that can be acceptable no matter where we are in this issue, number one. Number two, we have to redouble our efforts to ensure that the people who are living on the streets because of mental health and substance abuse issues are getting help that they need with full funding for that from the county and the state so that we can ensure that the root cause of their homelessness is dealt with. Number three, we have to continue to press forward with the housing resources that we're building, but also other resources, the navigation resources, potentially additional outreach that we would control, and other services to help address this and to build more temporary and permanent housing. But number four, we also have to address that as we're doing those things and when we do those things, we have to have some mechanism to compel compliance with those goals so that there is no longer a situation where entire areas are blighted by refuse, to make sure that people are not choosing to live on the street as a lifestyle choice or as a result of a mental illness or substance abuse problem that is causing them not to be able to make the decisions that are in the best interests of themselves, the decisions that will help them help save their lives. So without some kind of an enforcement mechanism, we're never going to get over that bridge. So, Madam President, I support the suggestion that we continue this discussion. I think that the direction that Mr. Blumenfield has started us on is a goal that we need to continue to work towards. There's things that, in my view, I would be more comfortable with if we could refine better. I think the suggestions that Mr. Bonin presented in his substitute motion are good suggestions as well, and in some respects things that are long overdue, like the sharing of data and making available to service providers and law enforcement and our offices and everyone else who impacts the homeless population, accurate, complete data about shelter availability, about case history, and about the other things that we need to be able to solve individuals' problems. So there's some really good things in there, but I think they're on separate tracks. So in my view, we should just continue both of those issues in council, continue this dialogue, work with the city attorney. And I'm sorry, one last thing on the freeway overpasses, because this is directly related to the Judge Carter litigation, I think that whatever solution we shape, and I'm sensitive to what Ms. Flores said about having an ordinance in place first, but I think that the terms of that ordinance do need to be contained within the overall settlement package. Because I want, in the ideal world, the ordinance that we develop, if we develop it pertaining to overpasses with the plaintiffs in that case, we have a better opportunity to ensure the defensibility of that ordinance as we go forward. And we don't give up a potential item for discussion in the larger settlement context. So I would like to see that be to evolve within the context of that settlement negotiation as well. So all that being said, Madam President, that was a lot. I would support the motion to continue this in council rather than re-refer it to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Cedillo, did you have an announcement? I need to get to Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, Madam Chair, real quickly, we will reschedule the scheduled Housing Committee meeting. We will work with your office to find the appropriate time.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Mr. Krikorian, I think, for framing the conversation and all the various elements that needed to be addressed in the conversation. These are difficult conversations to have, but I want to thank you, Mr. Blumenfield, for helping to bring this forward, because in fact, we do need to have something on the books with respect to enforcement. And as was reflected by the report the CLA did in reviewing some of the other municipalities within the county's jurisdiction on which camping laws and parking restriction ordinances they have in place, they all have them in place. They're eligible for enforcement when they offer sufficient shelter beds and they offer the opportunity for these individuals to be sheltered. With respect to Paxton and Bradley and the protocols that we memorialized in that process, it was to, again, take a local example and turn it into a citywide protocol, because it is very complicated against all of the various service providers. We don't have a singular methodology. And so, I suggested to Mr. Blumenfield, as we've memorialized the Paxton and Bradley protocols, that be the example of what's embodied in this ordinance so that we can have a consistent protocol that helps to assure, because all of this is based in the fundamental goal of getting these individuals housed. I just want to make it clear. It's not for the sake of enforcement. It's for the sake of offering these individuals, we get them housed. And once we get them housed, we clear these areas for the community, because the community deserves that. But that is the primary goal. That was what we succeeded in doing for 67 individuals at Paxton and Bradley. And it's what I know Mr. Blumenfield has been engrossed in his example under the 101 freeway. And each of us has our own example to show. But I think it's important for us to develop those, to take the documentation and the process, because what it also does, it helps us also hold these outreach entities, regardless of which, if it's LAHSA or your SPA lead, it holds them accountable to the outreach efforts that need to be conducted at each of these encampments, because that's also something that's not happening with uniformity and consistency. So I think all of these things are important, but for those that seek to misrepresent what our goal is of every single member on this council, And I know Ms. Martinez and I know, you know, for certain council districts, when we talk about the numbers of units that we've constructed, not just in permanent supportive housing and bridge housing, and thank you, Mr. Krikorian, for really capturing that. But let's talk about affordable housing and the numbers of affordable housing units that we've also provided to help make sure that families don't end up on the street to begin with. Many of us have disproportionately had a great deal of those numbers of units also constructed in our districts. And so while we're working to fulfill housing for everyone, we should reserve the right for those communities to also still be respected by having cleanliness and quality of life standards that would be given to any other part of this city. And so the whole intent is to put something on the books that will help to honor that. But it is through the initial goal of offering housing to these individuals. And frankly, when we talk about what's happening at these encampments, adjacent to these that are within the 500 feet of the overpasses, many of these, there have been many deaths associated with people just on the on-ramps and off-ramps who have gotten hit by cars. And the trauma that inflicts to those individuals that are encamped in those areas, but more importantly, you know, individuals that are just going about their daily life. So we have a multitude, we have like a very complicated set of goals here. I think it's important for us to continue with this conversation. I'm hoping, my goal is that this is not something that's just going to get kicked down the road, but that we continue to engage in these very difficult conversations, that we memorialize protocols that will in fact allow us to effectuate the enforcement and protections of these areas once we have housed individuals at those encampments. But the reason why places like Long Beach in the county, that are also in the county of Los Angeles, are able to do their enforcement, and Judge Carter, to your point, Mr. Blumenfield, Judge Carter was explicit in this, is that we need to have something on the books in order to protect these neighborhoods once we have offered and successfully placed these individuals into housing. And that is what we need to be doing. We have to put something on the books. And our communities deserve it, our residents deserve it. We need to make sure, and for those of us, and we can, you know, we can each cite all of the variety of bridge housing and interim permanent supportive housing and safe parking facilities that we've created. But we do need to have an end game here, because otherwise we're going to continue on this cycle with no end in sight. And we need to have enforcement mechanisms that help to preserve and improve the quality of life in these neighborhoods. So I want to thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. I think, as sanitation and everyone is, LASA is involved in providing the documentation and the protocols, it should be incorporated as part of this so that we can help to make sure that we preserve all of the work and associated with the efforts that we are going through right now in clearing these areas, because otherwise we're never going to get out of the cycle of those same locations being repopulated. And it's about giving our communities the dignity and the respect that they deserve after enduring many of the circumstances that they have had to deal with in these areas. So thank you, colleagues, for all of your insightful comments. I look forward to these protocols being memorialized as part of this, Mr. Blumenfield, and we can talk about the amendments on that so that it's explicitly clear for everyone that the actual goal as part of this enforcement effort is primary offering of housing and getting these individuals housed. And we have examples of that. We've successfully executed that. And the goal is to preserve the work so that we don't have to chase our tails on a specific location without any end in sight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Price?
Thank you again, Madam President. I just want to agree with all my colleagues. I think our goal certainly is to provide housing, not to enforce. That should not be the focus, but to provide housing. And like Councilmembers Blumenfeld and Rodriguez, I have plans to move individuals into shelters as early as next month. Again, with the homelessness to home, encampment to home program. And I think it's going to be very, very important to move forward with those plans. You know, we've got LASA, we've got Hopkins, we got Judge Carter. But if we don't move expeditiously, I think all of our efforts are just going to be wasted. So I look forward to continuing this, to bringing it back quickly, working with all parties as we develop the protocols that are going to be necessary so that we can move forward. Otherwise, I think we're stalling and we do no one any service, most of which is that we're leaving those who are unsheltered out in the cold again. And so let's move forward expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Members, so I know that's been a lengthy discussion, and I think that's good. I think the debate and the conversation and the ongoing discussions is great. But I've been serving on this council now for 7 years, and it also feels like we've been having 7 years worth of discussions and debates about how to deal with this homeless crisis. And Mr. Bonin, I couldn't agree with you more. I think the fact that the city attorney was able to turn this ordinance around so quickly is kind of shocking. Because I've been waiting for the last 7 years to get us moving in a direction where we can stop, for lack of a better word, the bleeding of people who are continuing to become homeless and living on our streets, and that has not happened. And I also think we need to have an honest conversation about enforcement. I know it's a scary word. I know it's a controversial word. But Ms. Rodriguez, you and I know what that looks like in our neighborhoods because we grew up there. And we chose to raise our families there. And we chose to represent those neighborhoods. In the San Fernando Valley, we often don't get credit for the fact that we've been sheltering, providing services to the neediest among us for decades. For decades, Ms. Rodriguez. In fact, when Measure HHH was passed, if it wasn't for me advocating that we figure out how we equitably build housing across this city, guess where most of the permanent supportive housing would have been built in the San Fernando Valley, in our districts. Because that's just the way we do things here. That's what we do to communities of color. That's how we respect communities of color. We put things that nobody else wants in communities like ours. That's why we have the Valley Generating Station. That's why we have the dumps in our district. That's why we have dozens of landfills that are no longer operating, but they were in our districts. And the majority of services and affordable housing that nobody else wants to build. And so members, we keep talking about the status quo, but that's exactly what we do every time we don't act. We choose to continue our failed policies and our legal settlements that get us absolutely nowhere. And what does that mean? That means we're choosing to let Black and brown homeless people live and die in our streets every single day. And we are also choosing to let Black and brown neighborhoods, which have more freeways than most, continue to be overwhelmed with encampments. That's what we say every single time we don't act. And we're doing this while most entitled communities and more affluent populations advocate out of guilt because they have the luxury to ask for more time. And how do we allow that? When I look out and I see our brothers and sisters being homeless, and it's often our neighborhoods that are overwhelmed and their families have to witness things that they shouldn't. Our children. Ms. Rodriguez, we represent immigrant communities in the San Fernando Valley. People who've come here with absolutely nothing. and they've built something. Like my father, the dishwasher, for 30 years, bought a house, was part of the American dream, but yet it's not good enough because our neighbors have to deal with an overburden of things that other neighborhoods don't have to see every single day. And that's the message we send. And we get vilified. We get vilified for standing up for our neighborhoods, for saying we've built the housing, we're trying to make sure people have access to a bed, and we're trying to clear the right of way because we deserve clean streets just like the West Side does. We deserve that. Every neighborhood should. And we get vilified for that. Members, I think the conversation is going to get tougher. I think people are fed up, no matter how you look at this. People are done with seeing people living on our streets and seeing homeless folks not getting the services that they deserve. Black and brown people have been victims of a failed mental health system and a failed healthcare system that has not produced anything for us. And the result is our people are dying on the streets. So members, Mr. Bonin, I hear what you're saying about sending this to committee, and I would agree, with the exception is that I think we need to have this conversation in public, and the entire council needs to engage and be honest about what we're going to do about the enforcement piece. I keep hearing members are going to meet their housing needs, their building as fast as they can, and they're going to be at capacity, and God forbid that their homeless population move into my district. I'll tell you what, build more. Build more. That's what you can do. Don't stop building. Continue to build so that your homeless population doesn't have to move into my district. Continue to build. That's the right thing to do. That's the human thing to do. And that's what we should all be doing. We shouldn't stop building. We should continue to build to make sure our homeless population doesn't move from community to community, from district to district. That's what we all should be doing. So, Mr. Bonin, I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to continue this item to November 24th in council so that we can continue to dive in and continue to come up with real solutions and not just kick this item down the road because it's convenient, because it's an election year, whatever the case might be. I want us to have a deep and honest discussion among ourselves about what we're going to do with this enforcement piece as we move forward with Judge Carter's, with the Judge Carter lawsuit. So, without objection, I want this item back in committee.
You mentioned November 21st, just to clarify.
To November 24th.
24th, okay.
November 24th, we're going to continue this item. Without objection, that will be the order. Thank you very much.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Some of us are on the queue, and some of us may have an objection.
Are you objecting for it to come back to council on November 24th?
I would like to say so.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate your comments and the sentiment and the frustration. It's one we all share. I have an enormous population of unhoused people in my district. Venice has one of the largest concentrations of homelessness in the city and some of the largest homeless encampments. And I think it would do all of us well. I would be more than happy to come to your district if we all went to each other's districts and saw the commonality of what we are dealing with. People are done. People across the spectrum are absolutely done. And the only thing that we can do to make them more angry is to do the wrong thing, which is why I'm glad we are continuing this matter today, because we were rushed, I think, into the wrong situation. We have all done a lot in our districts in building housing and shelter and safe parking, but we still have not done what we need to do to get to where we can do the type of enforcement that has been envisioned in what was originally before us today and what I hope will change. We will either wind up with a system where we will do an enforcement with no alternatives, which will be litigated and make things worse in the long run, or we will tell people that we are putting an enforcement law on the books and then not enforce it, and just make the situation worse. I agree that we should continue this. I'm relatively agnostic on whether it's committee or council, but I think if we want to have a situation that results in a resolution that has progress, that houses people, then that is a conversation that personally I think it's only going to work well under Judge Carter, bringing everybody together, because I don't know that we have the ability to get all the different parties together. But if we are going to do this through council and not committee, I would recommend that any proposals that we are all going to make about protocols, about specifics, be put out to the public at least a week in advance so that public health officials, social service agencies, and stakeholders can weigh in. I think we need to give them time so that we can get significant input from them that can help us shape this in a concrete way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonney. Mr. Blumenfield?
I'm okay with continuing it. I think it's the right thing. I just want to say though, from my perspective, I spent the last several weeks housing 100% of the people who were under my underpasses. And by not having a mechanism now, by punting in essence, and I know we have to because we don't have agreement, but those underpasses will then fill up with new folks. And we're going to have to repeat the effort all over again. And I know Mr. Price has some underpasses he's been working on housing people, just like we housed people first. No enforcement, no police, there was no enforcement, but there was a choice date. We did tell people that there was a choice date. And I just want to end by, it made a difference. There was a gentleman who was featured in the LA Times. His name is Andrew. He lived under the Fallbrook underpass. I had a lot of conversations with him. And he said to me, thank you for that choice date. He said, I wouldn't have, I needed something to get me to that next step. And he's like, I want to leave. And he had taken up 40 feet of space with this long tarp, and it was a huge area that he had taken up. But he said, I want to leave here with dignity on the 27th, which was our choice date. I'm going to take 2 suitcases and everything else can go. And fortunately, he signed some documents. There were actually protesters, advocates who went there to try to convince him to stay at the underpass. But we had spoken to him so much that he's like, no, I'm going to leave with dignity. And I want to go. And so he signed over and said, everything I'm leaving behind is trash. So it wasn't a question of deciding what was what. And he left and went into shelter. But we're going to have more Andrews and more folks like that who are going to end up in those underpasses. And that's a problem for me in my district. But as we move forward, it's going to be a problem for all of you in your districts if you're going to try to make the efforts that we've made to get those underpasses cleared. And that's, again, it's all about housing and getting people housed and not having to have enforcement. But we have to come up with something to make those choice dates real. Because for people like Andrew, it made the difference. It was incredibly moving, the conversation I had with him, and I really hope his life is turning around right now because of that. But I'll end on that, and I support the effort to continue it.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. This item will be continued till November 24th without objection. What's next, Madam Clerk?
Would council like to adjourn the special and convene the regular?
Yeah, let's adjourn our special meeting and go back to our regular meeting. And now what's before us?
Council has verbal motions.
Can we go ahead and start with the first one?
Thank you, Madam President. The first verbal motion introduced by Councilmember Martinez and seconded by Councilmember Rodriguez is referred to the Energy, Climate Change, and Environmental Justice Committee, and it moves that the Department of Water and Power report with a plan and timeline for decommissioning the Valley Generating Station. Verbal confirmation of the seconder is required.
Confirmed.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. The next motion, referred to HENPAR and Budget and Finance Committee, is co-presented by Councilmember Martinez and Rodriguez, and seconded by Councilmember O'Farrell. And this moves that the CLA and other departments report back on a new department regarding Department for Families, Children, and Community Investment. Confirmation of the co-presenter is required.
Confirmed.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell, can you confirm that for us, please?
Confirmed.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. The next is a commendatory resolution introduced by Councilmember Wesson. This recognizes Mrs. Agatha Daniels Lang and extends birthday wishes on her 95th birthday. And a seconder?
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Rodriguez. Next one.
Thank you. The last commendatory resolution introduced by Councilmember Wesson commends Frederick and Lori Samatar Smith for their commitment to urban renewal in Los Angeles and their devotion to conjunctive points. And a seconder?
Second.
Second by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. That completes all the motions the clerk has.
Okay, thank you. Members, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two resolutions. The first one, members, is in regards to the rebound of the tourism industry. I'd like to, and it offers a number of local, state, and tax incentives. It's called the Hospitality and Commerce Job Recovery Act of 2020. Would establish and improve travel-related tax incentives, among other incentives. So with that, therefore, let it be resolved that with the concurrence of the mayor, that by the adoption of this resolution, the city of Los Angeles hereby includes in its 2019-2020 federal legislative program support for Senate Bill 4807, the Hospitality and Commerce Job Recovery Act, which would establish and approve travel-related tax credit programs to support tourism and hospitality industries.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And lastly, let me pull this up here. It's a resolution of a surplus donation to Beirut. Move that the city clerk be instructed to inform the city of Beirut, Lebanon. The surplus equipment must be claimed within 60 days from the date of council approval of the request or notification of availability of equipment, whichever occurs first, at which time the equipment will revert to the city's surplus equipment pool for disposal by the Department of General Services, and the said equipment is a LA Fire Department Seagrave triple engine fire engine.
Second.
Thank you.
Second by Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you.
Madam President, for clarification, did Councilmember Krikorian second the first resolution?
No, that was Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. My moving clause is I therefore move that the Los Angeles Fire Department submit a report to the Board of Public Works within 30 days for the recommendation of the sale of one LAFD 1996 red Seagrave triple engine at below market value in accordance with AAC section 22.547 to the city of Obregón, Mexico, to meet the objectives of mutual cooperation between the cities, and a finding be made that the city of Obregón, Mexico is eligible to purchase the one LAFD 1996 red Seagrave triple engine at below market value in accordance with 22.547. I further move that the city attorney expedite preparation of appropriate documents to effectuate the sale and transfer, and further move that the city clerk be instructed to inform the city of Obregón, Mexico, that the surplus equipment must be claimed within 60 days from the date of council approval of the request or notification of availability of equipment, whichever occurs later, at which time the equipment will revert to the city's surplus equipment pool for disposal by the Department of General Services.
Second.
Was second by Mr. Cedillo. Any others, Ms. Rodriguez?
Nope, that concludes. Thank
Okay,
you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce a resolution demanding reunification of 545 toddlers and children to their parents that was the result of Donald Trump's administration's zero tolerance policy. Joining me in this resolution as the movers are yourself, Mr. Gil Cedillo, Ms. Monica Rodriguez, Mr. Kevin De Leon, Mr. Herb Wesson, seconded by Curran Price. It reads as follows. Now, therefore, be it resolved with the concurrence of the mayor that by adoption of this resolution, the City of Los Angeles hereby includes in the 2019-2020 federal legislative program sponsorship and or support of legislation to ensure that under no circumstances, aside from any threat of abuse or neglect, should children ever be separated from their parents as they seek to enter the U.S. through asylum or any other means, including legislation that strengthens and guarantees the right to family integrity and procedural due process laws, U.S. asylum statutes, which guarantee the right to apply for asylum, the Administration Procedures Act, which prohibits arbitrary government action, and the Flores Agreement, which prescribes national standards for the housing, detention, and release of children detained by federal immigration authorities.
I will confirm that I'm co-presenting this with Mr. O'Farrell.
Confirmed.
Mr. Rodriguez as well. Mr. O'Farrell, do you have any other?
Yes, and it's also Mr. Cedillo, Mr. De Leon, Mr. Wesson, and second Mr. Price.
Okay, thank you. Do you have another motion?
That is all, Madam President.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, where are we at now?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred. Any announcements, members? Adjourning motions? Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'm very sorry to share with you today the passing of Stephen Dean Cuccinello. Steve was born on October 7th, 1948 at St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. He grew up in Tarzana. He attended Notre Dame High School in Sherman Oaks, and later he attended Valley College in Los Angeles. His life changed in the summer of 1964 when he met his future wife, Paulana, at Sorrento Beach in Santa Monica. He lived in Studio City for 47 years and then moved to Toluca Lake. His family was his life, and he was married to his wife, Paulana, for 52 years. His greatest joy in life was his son, Nino, and the gifts that followed, his daughter-in-law, Marissa, and his two grandchildren, Santino and Nina. Steve worked in his father's cabinet shop, designing and selling custom cabinetry. Ever since he was 14, he had an incredible eye for design, and he knew that was his passion. His career, his reputation, and his great success in life are all attributed to his kind and generous personality. Steve was an incredibly loving man who treated everybody with kindness and respect. He will be deeply missed by all that knew him. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other adjourning motions, members? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. I know it's past 4 o'clock. It's been a very, very long meeting, but certainly appreciate your patience, including everyone, members of the public who are listening in. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.